Jewish all the time, simply because I've had enough people in my life that are Jewish and influences in my life that are Jewish that I somehow come across as Jewish to a lot of people, right? I'm not Jewish by birth. I'm technically not Jewish by culture because I live in the U.S. and I never, actually participated religiously, but I've been to enough Seder's and I got enough friends that people like detect that culture on me, right? So these are all it's very permeable. People don't realize, but the thing that is impermeable is that if you are born in a place and assign that identity at birth, or if you are born into a culture and assign that identity at birth, you really can't escape it no matter how much you change your life, right? So something like in the Holocaust where, someone might have a Jewish father but not a Jewish mother, but, it's still an identity that would be assigned to them by outsiders, by the German people, and they wouldn't be able to escape it. So you have to take all of that into account too.
Fuck.
Oh, I love it. Reverend Scott driving us wild and driving us crazy. Rock and roll all night. Party every day. No King's Day today. Thank you, Reverend Scott.
Hey, no problem.
For keeping the
No
ship
problem.
straight and true. Even with all the glitches. And let's say, if you're in the audience. Yeah, go ahead.
Condone it. And I don't think Black Lives Matter leaders are saying that they condone it. They're just saying they empathize and understand the frustrations of people.
Shots. I just don't. So, these people, like I said, are losers and, they have no life, no friends, nothing going for them.
So, yeah. And in normal times, CBS management would have brushed it off. But CBS is owned by Paramount Global, which was in the midst of seeking a merger with Skydance Media and needed approval from the Federal Communications Commission. Paramount ultimately settled the suit for $16 million in a move that then correspondent Dan Rather termed, quote, a sellout to extortion by the president. Bill Owens, the respected executive producer of 60 Minutes, and Wendy McMahon, the chief of CBS News, both had earlier resigned from their jobs because of corporate pressure to shape the news to Trump's sensibilities. The Fourth Estate is so called because it is a key pillar of democracy. When corporations take it over and put profit ahead of accurate, brave, and truthful reporting, the whole edifice trembles. Any comment?
Well, I have one. It's almost like Nostradamus because it's all watched after that. Last how many months we were there. Exactly that play. Silence in the media. And Jimmy Kimmel and Paramount, she mentioned. So, yeah, it's definitely, she had that degree of holding together the Constitution kind of a mindset. Holding together, like that fourth pillar, I'll call it. But anyway, so yeah, she was obviously, history says, and will continue to say, those are all valid points again. And I go back to the idea that so therefore, whether it be Liz Cheney or Walz, somebody else to team up that could bring that strength that America seems to love with Donald Trump. That strength that take a charge, take a stance, and roll out. And and who's doing it matters. Everybody wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why that point about if there's anything to learn up to this point moving forward, it's again, assuming we still whatever's gonna happen in a couple of years or next time there's So what day is this? October, that was October the 5th. Are we going into like October 6th, 7th, 8th?
I think Booth just did October 7th because she mentioned.
Oh, okay. We started with 5th, we ended with 7th.
On October 7th, yeah, 29 days to the election.
Okay. I will say it's one thing to have Liz Cheney align with you. It's another thing to trot her out on campaign stops. That's what I will. And to somebody like me, who's a staunch Democrat and extremely anti-war, the Cheneys are the enemy, full stop. And not so it was an insult to have them out there. Something to be like, hey, she's endorsing me, and then Liz Cheney does her own thing. What was that campaign? Stop. It's an insult to everybody who has been staunchly against what the Republicans have been doing for them.
What was that part when she said probably vote for you? And that she would probably vote for me?
I picked that too.
What? Probably. And you on my campaign? And I'm gonna bring you out. I'm with you, Scott. I'm with you.
Like lack of support for her on the base.
I'm telling you, she seemed like she had a whole bunch of daggers at her at every hand.
Exactly.
Every hand. I mean, front, back, side, left, what?
She was in an unwinnable situation with regard to Israel. Recall that Biden put forward probably the same hostage plan as Trump just put forward with Netanyahu. Netanyahu didn't want Kamala to win, let alone Biden to win again. So many have argued that he kept prosecuting this war in the face of this big election because he knew it was going to hurt the Democrats. Shapiro. Dick Shapiro does nothing more than appease the Zionist Israeli politicians in this country for that reason alone. I mean, look what they did to Harvard in taking out Claudia Gay.
Can we go back? Wait, we're about to. Are we gonna be raw?
What's that?
I was just a little concerned because it seemed like you were transitioning.
No. I'm going to stay with that talking point, but so she definitely did not have the Hawks in her corner. Liz Cheney was obviously, I didn't understand that whole campaign either. Dick Cheney obviously was the brains behind the Bush presidency, so you saw him, kind of the architect of all of that hawkish 8 years that got us into Iraq and so forth. But she was in an unwinnable situation at the time. She had the messaging, the war was in full bloom. I mean, I've heard it argued in rooms before that she lost the Israeli or the Jewish vote in Pennsylvania, which was a heavy swing state.
I don't know if that's true at all.
That would be very surprising.
Abby, who we know in this room.
No, she's a fucking certified liar.
Okay,
And she has an agenda. Yeah.
Right.
She's
Okay.
a fucking liar.
Okay, she claims that they voted.
Yeah, her and her right-wing, proto-Zionist, crazy MFs, voted for Trump. Sorry for the win.
All right.
Can we get back?
Oh yeah.
So anyway, go ahead. I'll let somebody else.
I would personally love to hear. Love to see some research or something about if Cheney helped at all, because I just don't know. And it put us in the position of having to defend war. It's like we gotta be like, oh, Iraq, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, you got that on the break, but at the same time, Cheney is there to talk about women's rights, and they were focused on, abortions and that.
Wait,
the whole system of our governance was upended by Trump.
So wait a minute, you bring an anti-abortion person on, okay, whatever. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's the dilemma.
It depressed the votes of the people who would naturally be aligned. They'd be like, you know what, you're trying not to change, you know? It doesn't bring the motivation up to support them. People do have long memories who've been around for.
That's the whole point. I was just saying, like, she had to appease the Democratic Party and win the whole election. That's the dilemma she had. And didn't have the backing, really, of the Democratic Party, but now you gotta go out here and win this general election. And
Didn't have the backing of the Democrats.
she didn't say, we just talked about it. She was like, well, I may vote for you. What?
Cheney is a Republican.
No. My bad. But I'm saying, okay, but let me just go through with this idea of the lack of support. Like, okay, I hear you. We just heard the clip that she just read on that date, and this idea, well, maybe I will. So when you're running, who's backing you is a real thought in Kamala's head. Like, where is the real support? I'm cajoling that whole thing with Waltz. Okay, and so now I'm sure, as Kamala's writing this book, she's like, let me just get all this out here because you know what? Let me just highlight whatever I can. It is what it is. Because at the end of the day, she's got a point of view of life and it shines light on what the real circumstance was. I mean, she's running for president, but a Democratic ticket. And so I think that's the value of the book, the value of understanding.
Maybe they were on their country unpopular moment. Nobody thinks it's worth fighting for. Well, now they do because they're getting sent to gulag. But before the election, it just wasn't.
Hello, everyone.
This man is motherfucker got your name in his mouth.
Hey, it's recording. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Check your mail.
Yeah. I think if we try to reconstruct from public information thinking of Barry's campaign at the time, is that they were going after never Trumpers, right? Which Liz Cheney is highly favored among never Trumpers, right? Liz Cheney had a high favorability rating among Democrats, even like something like 60%. And they were specifically going after the voters of another hawk, which was Nikki Haley, which were in battleground states in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, there are some polls with hindsight that show a few percentage slip due to campaigns with Cheney in those battleground states, right, within the Democrats. But again, like, I don't trust those polls. It's extremely hard to detangle that event from other events and everything else going on, right? So I wouldn't trust those things. But that's hindsight, right? They were going after Nikki Haley voters, and that rationale makes sense at the time. With hindsight, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I can see why they thought it's a good idea. I still think it's a good idea.
Oh, you think that bringing Cheney was a good idea and that it actually boosted her numbers? Is that what you said?
Well, again, we don't have data to support it either way, in my opinion, right?
Oh, okay.
But and again, that's hindsight. If we're trying to, like, we can't speak with hindsight and criticize decisions, but we've catered to IRS, right? They were making decisions at the time without access to future what will happen, right? And they were boxed in, as somebody else said previously, and I put it in the chat, they were boxed in with Cheney to Palestine, right? So being boxed in and trying to recruit voters in battleground states, right, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, one option was to go after voters that voted for Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is a hawk, right? Liz Cheney is a hawk. Liz Cheney is depressed turnout on the left wing of the party, which is fair, but the left wing of the party, their thinking would be that was already depressed due to Palestine.
All right, let me just say, there are ways you could have done both, meaning you throw Liz Cheney out to the Fox Newses and, press tours or whatever, or do her own something. Sorry, I'm in a campaign, or I'm in a march, sorry.
It sounds great.
Yeah, I know it. And not bring her around on tour, which it's an insult to people who have been railing against the fucking the freaking Republicans for the last several decades. I cannot tell you how disgusted I was as a voter for Kamala, but however, the optics are terrible. And if you want to lose any more people who are anti-war hawks, then you bring Liz Cheney out there and Nikki Haley. These aren't good people. They vote 90% of the time with every single Republican policy, from social issues to foreign international issues.
Yeah. So Spirit is pretty much saying he's not saying not to use them to your advantage. However, don't bring them out on the tour. They shouldn't be like in person with you. Have them go out, speak to to that particular crowd, to that group. That's all. I think that's fair.
Yeah,
That's all, Neil. Does that make sense?
Influence and I agree with Spirit on everything he said that's exactly matches my personal opinion on Cheney, right? I think he's a war criminal, and I think it does alienate a lot of the left. But if I'm trying to, from pieces of public information, reconstruct the Harris's thinking, I agree that we can criticize it with hindsight, right? Or based on personal policy preferences and dislike, well-reasoned dislike of those people. I'm sorry, it's decision they made. It's at the time well-reasoned decision. I don't think there's a conclusive proof that even today, with the benefit of hindsight, it's not a well-reasoned decision. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can save my critique for later, for tomorrow, and for whenever we end this. At the end of the day, if you're going to be a leader, you're going to have to show leadership. And that means that you're going to have to make decisions, regardless of what direction other people are trying to put you in. And that's a leader, and that's what the people are looking for. So right now, I cannot critique her because I don't feel like she's still giving me the fullness of things. I feel like she's going through, she's giving us, how things, the optics of things, and how she's viewing them, and I think they're all valid. But so far as in what she's actually feeling and these days and the emotion behind it, that's not there for me. So I can't really judge on that particular or critique her fully. I can only critique her from the professional side of things. And from the professional side of things, I think she could have been a stronger leader in regarding to the fact if I feel like, and I keep saying to people, it doesn't seem like these people have my best interest, then that's fine. I'm going to start leading. I'm going to take over. Because clearly what you all are doing is not working. And that, to me, would have been a stronger leader. Somebody else wanted to say something? I heard a microphone.
Yeah, I was just curious, why the book and why the book now? And what is she trying to accomplish with recapping her assessment?
Well, some people have said, it's her time to tell her story, and that's why I'm saying I would have liked to receive more of the personal side of her if you're going to tell your story. But as I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it, she's telling it from a stoic professional side of things. So she's saying no, she's not going to run for anything, but the only way or the reason why you would reserve yourself from going to outside of professional and tapping into the personal is if in fact you plan on doing something additional in the future.
I mean, she has to do something as a human being. She got to stay alive doing something. So I think sometimes you just want to tell your story, just to whoever judges it, how they judge it, but just how life looked from that particular point of view at that particular time. And because I'm sure she knows, the media, nobody's going to tell it the way she would tell it, just highlighting whatever point she wants to highlight, you know.
Yeah, well, given what's happened with this current administration, the optics of Kamala running, first black woman candidate, second woman candidate to run, you know, my thoughts are this nation is not reconciling or even giving open forum to, we're pivoting backward. We have the Supreme Court engaging in more debate over the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act. We're seeing the gerrymandering going on. You're talking about Republican seats not ever going right, or not ever going Democrat or left again. California's got a referendum to allow us to change the rules with regard to that. So the battleground to me is the right doesn't see the democratic process is working in our favor going forward in the future because of the shift in demographics, the shift in what tomorrow's voter looks like, the opinions they have. And that right-wing reactionary response is to capture power, by any means necessary, and change the game if you can't change the message, and the message doesn't win the voters. So I think that's the challenge going forward, regardless of who attempts to the next election in 3 years. Okay.
Thanks. Are we playing any more of the book, or are we done for the day?
Maybe we play one more chapter and then that's it. Y'all can do your discussion. Because I guess people did have questions. There was something that young lady that asked a question earlier.
Sarah.
Yeah, that was earlier in the. Maybe y'all could talk about that if she's still here. Let me go ahead and play it now. October 8th, 28 days to the election. Everything about my appearance on The View was going well, until it wasn't. I've been on the show about 5 times before. Some of the hosts I knew from outside the studio. Whoopi Goldberg and I bonded over our shared ties to the Bay Area. Sunny Hostin I knew as a lawyer. She had been a prosecutor, like me. Anna Navarro, a Republican, I debated on immigration during the Bush years, but we aligned on many other issues. All the hosts are thoughtful women of different political stripes, but all have been outspoken about the dangers presented by Donald Trump. He refused to go on the show and face their questioning. I had 3 interviews scheduled that day, one with Howard Stern and one with Stephen Colbert. Although this one, morning TV, a largely female audience, was friendly ground, my team and I had prepared, and I felt ready. Whoopi Goldberg introduced me effusively. We are thrilled that joining us right now for her very first talk show and live TV appearance since accepting the Democratic presidential nomination, please welcome back. She paused for a long minute, emotional. The next president of the United States. I walked on a stage to the pulsing rhythm of Beyoncé's Freedom, my campaign anthem. A standing ovation for the studio audience and warm handshakes or hugs from the panelists. Whoopi asked me about the day the president called me, so I related the story of pancakes, the grandnieces, and the upheaval that followed. Then Sunny Hostin recalled Biden's appearance on the show, during which he'd said there wasn't a single thing that he did that I could not do. What do you think would be the biggest difference between your presidency and a Biden presidency? She asked. Well, we're obviously 2 different people, and we have a lot of shared life experiences. For example, the way we feel about our family and our parents and so on. But we're also different people, and I will bring those sensibilities to how I lead. For example, one of the things I know we're going to talk about today is what we do around home health care. I've done a lot of work around violence toward women and children. I care a lot about that. I love our small businesses. I talked morally about my second mother, Mrs. Shelton, who ran a small daycare business. So the influence of a personal experience will have its impact on a presidency, I said. If only we'd left it there. But Sunny asked a follow-up. If anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the first 4 years? I had prepped for that question. I had notes on it. There was the answer I'd given in the debate. I'm not Joe Biden. Donald Trump. I had a note that I was a new and different generation. I had prepped to say, but to specifically answer your question, throughout my career I have worked with Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. And I know that great ideas come from all places. If I'm president, I would appoint a Republican to my cabinet. But I didn't say any of that. I said, there is not a thing that comes to mind. I went on to describe things in our record that I was proud of, such as capping the price of insulin, bringing drug prices down, investing in American manufacturing, and creating 800,000 new jobs in that sector. I had no idea. I just pulled the pin on a hand grenade. I wasn't braced for the explosion that was coming. Stationed at various places around the set, my staff were beside themselves. Political operatives have an eye to see a moment, and I could kick myself for giving the other side that moment. During the commercial break, while I was having a bit of fun with some young students I noticed in the audience who were obviously playing hooky, offering to write notes to their teachers after the show, Opal passed me a note from our team, telling me to return to that question and mention that a big difference would be that I would put a Republican in my cabinet. I made that point, but the damage was done. The earlier clip was a gift to the Trump campaign, and they used it in ad after ad to shackle me to an unpopular president. Why didn't I separate myself from Joe Biden? Over the course of the 107 days, I became increasingly aware that people wanted to know there was a separation, big issue for them. I just didn't realize how big. The way I heard Sonny's question was that it was asking me to be critical of Joe. I've never believed you need to elevate yourself by pushing someone else down. To do so would have been to embrace the cruelty of my opponent. In the moment, I didn't see a way to answer the question without doing that. Trial lawyers have a saying. There are always three closing arguments. The one you plan to give, the one you give, and the one you should have given. I lived the adage that afternoon. To me, the difference was evident. Different background, different generation, different career, obviously a different person. But I was still vice president to President Biden. We had 3 months left of our administration. I have support from the White House, the debate night phone call, and the MAGA hat debacle. I felt I owed him my loyalty. Had I, in that interview, come up with one area of policy difference, it would have limited the definition of the difference between us to that one thing, rather than my unique perspective on a variety of issues. And it wouldn't have ended there. It would have opened the door to a discussion that is backward-looking rather than forward-looking. There are a slew of never-ending follow-up questions. Well, apart from that one, how would you have made X or Y decision differently from Biden? Between the president and the vice president, there needs to be a zone of trust. A place where the president can get advice, feedback, and criticism to make a good decision, and know that those discussions will remain confidential. Lawyer-client discussions are privileged. Doctor-patient conversations are too. And so, I believe, should be the discussions and arguments, and yes, differences of opinion between the president and vice president. But my campaign team didn't see it that way. David Plouffe was the most outspoken. He felt that someone needed to do an intervention with me, that I needed to get it through my head that this was a real issue. That was when he told me bluntly, people hate Joe Biden. He also said this, you're going to have bad days. You're going to have to keep moving. 2 of the 3 interviews I did that day went off well. Stephen Colbert met me backstage with his wife, and they presented me with their cookbook. He knew my days were long, and with a big smile he said, let's go out and have some fun. Howard Stern was a great interlocutor. We covered very serious ground, but also had a great time, bantering about music, Maya Rudolph's impression of me, and blind dates. All I could think about that night was the one interview that hadn't gone well. I'm tougher on myself than anyone. But Plouffe was right. I had to keep moving. So that is what I did.
All right, y'all. This is the last.
October 10th.
Sorry. This is the last chapter we're gonna play today, and we're gonna play it tomorrow, Sunday, at 10 o'clock. Any comments, questions on this chapter of the book, or day of the book?
I think it was very telling when she said she recognized she didn't create a big enough gap. She didn't create her own. She was just riding a hatred from whether she understood it or not. And now history says she's riding the hatred for Biden, and you are where she realized, damn, I just trapped myself, I'm stuck.
You know, when we speak to the concept of legacy, you know, and voting for president is really, some people are just, they're just gonna vote party lines. But then there are other people who wanna know who you are as a candidate. And we've been aching for something different. And that's why, one of the reasons why we were so, excited, you know, when Obama came into office. We, you know, once again thought that we were going to get something different. So I think I'm wondering if that's what she understood, is that, you know, I need to create my own legacy, and I don't want for my legacy to be the shadow of Biden. And so, you know, this book is giving us some clarity in terms of, you know, some of the things that happened and what some of the afterthoughts were. I think the most profound thing in this particular chapter for me was the attorney's like motto, or I guess if you would, not motto, but you know, one of the things that they go by is what you should have given, what you gave, and I can't remember what the third one was. So yeah, so I think this is, at this point, is about her trying to establish a legacy of her own, a lender.
Isn't that the human dilemma too? Like, you're part of a group, but you know, everybody in that group ain't on the same page you are. So you wanna be a part of that group, but you also wanna say, this is where I'm at. And I think that's the very human dynamic that comes out of that.
I think I just, have a lot of respect for how much this isn't easy. And it's tough because there's all the things that you want to say or you could say, and then there's all the landmines that you're trying to avoid. And with that question, by trying to avoid one landmine, she's stuck on another. So it's just, there's not obvious and easy answers,
Exactly. And so just like this, knowing the right answer, okay, and then working our way all the way up. I mean, it's not small to be where she's been any point prior to that point in her life, but it's a different game, I think, is what she would be the first to say. It's like, whoa, I think a pause, like, ooh-wee. I think that was telling, that last little point we just heard her elaborate was like, obviously something that she's still reflecting on and probably will forever.
I do remember watching that day and thinking, oh, why is Sunny pushing on this? Because she already gave the answer of like, how would you be different? And then I'm like, are they trying, is it like a hint, like you need to go further? But yeah, I wish Sunny wouldn't have done that follow-up.
She was trying to give her an opportunity to correct it.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Now, the follow-up, we can talk about the follow-up. But I think there's potential for Harris to have knocked the response out of the park the second time. But we got, I would put Republicans in my cabinet, which, I don't know, man.
Said she had a script, and she went off script. And there's a reason for that drop. That she must have got caught in the emotion of the moment. And the next president, all the above, and that somehow she just, that little deviation from the script came back to bite her.
Can we also put it in context of how, and everybody knows that, so apologies, how the slight deviations of whole script is absolutely disastrous for Harris, but like totally okay for Donald
Right.
Trump and everybody else.
Right. there's not the same rubric for men and women. There's just not. And maybe that's why a woman can't win. You know, it's not even necessarily that people, you know, I mean, I do think there's a lot of misogyny, but it might not necessarily be as much, oh, I just hate women and women can't, how tough that rubric is compared to the one for men.
Well, when you say a woman can't win, and this is going to be very short, there are other nations where there are women leaders. So can you expound?
Yeah, but America is something else, I think. Yeah.
And not only the rubric of men and women, we can't deny the rubric of, it's a rubric of black and white too, or whatever ethnicity.
Right.
In fact, when you put those both together, that's a whole different rubric when they're both present. And I don't know what the answer to handling, and I don't know anybody knows handling, because what do you compare it to? There's never been a.
What do you think, what do people think of, here's, because I've, you know, obviously we've talked about this a lot and it was a big issue, but I've never had this thought before of something she could have said, which is, you know what, I would have used me a lot more. What do people think about that?
They would try to say negative, but I think that would have been a better, like, could tell us more, like, in what ways, and then that would have, you know, she could have really had that in hindsight, 20. That's that dance of, thank you, alumni, everybody, for getting me here, and I appreciate it, but now I'm about to go chart a whole new territory. Knowing that you're the other team, opposers, I'm not excited about you charting a whole new territory. They want to win too.
Because I think she talks about this as well, because I feel like basically, you know, you have to be cutthroat. And yeah, she would have had to like just drop Biden like a hot potato and, you know, distance herself as much as possible and then try to ride the wave of that. But the other thing that she talks about is like, will Americans necessarily even accept that from a woman? You know what I mean? Like, it's back to that thing too. Like, a man can do that and, oh, he's tough. But would they even have accepted that? Or it's like, oh, Joe Biden gave you this opportunity and now look how she's behaving. You know, you can just see how every possible avenue you can see all the judgment that would be.
I was saying the same thing. It was cut both ways. It would cut both.
Which was the very reason way back my thought was, is America ready? It has nothing to do with her. At the end of the day, you got to give votes. And I think that's worth studying in a different book, like the Democratic Party decision around that time frame. Do they have a primary or not? That's a part of this conversation.
I mean, y'all aren't the what's the phrase? The whatever the phrase is I'm not sure that we can be confident that Biden wouldn't have crashed out, or Joe Biden, or somebody close to Biden. Like, those people were demanding nothing but loyalty. I think there's the standard that she holds herself up to, but also all of her past, you know, experience with the White House and how they, you know, they were kicking people out and checking emails and trying to get who was leaking to the reporters, and you know, like, that's why I don't like this.
You know, to your point, Kimberly, what I saw catapulted her into the conversation was after Joe Biden's debate. Now, here was her dilemma. She went harder for Joe Biden than anybody, right in the immediacy. If you go back to that day, in the immediacy of it, she was the one that went hard, right? And that's when, in the whole Democratic Party, and those that were trying to hold on to Joe Biden for the longest and hold on, it was like, what about her? What about her? I mean, she, like, it was that fire. And so, again, I said earlier, when you work walls start backing away from the fire, you know, it's the only thing that could have possibly, I mean, anything that you do if you lose, you can cut can't go back again. But you know, but hindsight is 2020. But even hindsight 2020, we still don't know if something else would have been tried if that would have even worked. It's just,
We did it, y'all. We did it. They sent immigrants to her home in about 6 or 8 greenhouse, y'all, and dropped them off during the holidays. What about a bitch? The kids on security. Think about a bitch?
Oh, this call is being recorded and monitored for quality purposes. Are we done? Yep.
Oh, man, we love it.
Any additional comments, anyone, before we close the?
Yeah, maybe just to
I'll
add.
get into that new case protest out here. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. I'm just thinking about Kimberly's comment, and it's not just, running as a woman and all of the judgment that comes with that, or what, how will the American voter take this? How will they take that? But it's also like in the context of all of these, like, powerful men and their egos. She's like, she got Trump on this, you go too far over here, you fall off the cliff on the Trump side. You go too far over here, you fall off the cliff on the Biden side. Like, that's the thing too, and what not only what the voters would accept, but what even like, Biden was such a strong like would accept versus, I do wonder like if like two male politicians would it be, would there be more of an understanding of like this is the dirty game of politics or whatever, and more of a respect in that sense versus like, yeah, so it's being a woman to the voters, but it's being a woman like in this, male ego world.
Mala, this whole conversation, not the entire conversation, but when we started talking about going back and forth about her being a woman of color, and I thought about, and whether or not she had teeth, and I thought about the Barbie. Do you all remember the Barbie speech that America, I can't remember what her last name is.
Yeah,
Ferreira gave. And I felt like what a tight wire balancing act it must be. Because I do think that it's possible for a woman to be president in America. But what is that magic combination going to be? And so I'm just grateful for her having taken this chance, because I just think that it is just making it more and more possible for it to happen. In medicine, when we are trying to figure out a cure or a solution, we talk about ruling things out. Well, it's not this, it's not that, it's not the other. So I just think that as young women look to her and other American citizens, and we reading this book and having the opportunity to discuss it, I think it's putting us one step closer to making it a possibility. Amen.
Hey y'all. One thing that really stuck out to me during this session, and I hate to do this because Democrats are bad enough at cannibalizing themselves, but I really, really hate how this whole election played out. And it really takes me back to George Clooney penning that fucking essay about Biden and how he needed to resign or drop out of the race. Nancy Pelosi, Obama, and them all scheming and taking forever to endorse Kamala. Like it all started off rocky. It started off on some fucking bullshit. And if anything, the Dems should know how to run a vice president. But even when it was Obama leaving and they chose Hillary over Biden because his son died, all of the fucking meddling, that's all butterfly effect shit. Like all of the fucking meddling that all of fresh after listening to this shit. This shit made me mad.
Wait, oh wait, can I? If Clooney hadn't have done that, we'd get Joe Biden in November.
And I would resign if we have Kamala right now. I'm still going to die on that hill. I'm going to die on the hill that the old people, James Clyburn, all the old guard Dems would have been out there, and we would have had another term of Biden, and right now he would have been like, y'all, I got cancer, I'm gonna let Kamala have it. I fully believe that the butterfly effect would have given us that. If George Clooney never said anything, and maybe if Biden would have had maybe 2 or 3 less votes.
There's not data to support that. The everything that we have seen, we've even heard people who are working at the Biden Super PAC, the Future Forward Super PAC, come out and say that, and those people spend millions and millions of dollars on like top tier polling, say that in their numbers over the summer he had a single digit chance of winning. And not only would he have lost big, we would have lost way more House seats. I think the Democratic Party ignored how unpopular Joe Biden had been, not just all throughout 2024, but even the year before.
I hear you, but you're discrediting how they had that meeting, or not even a meeting. They had a rally to talk about what he had just done for healthcare, reducing the cost of diabetes medication, insulin, all kind of stuff. I feel like they should have just rode that wave. They should have just kept talking about everything good that they did, and we should be delusional like the fucking Republicans. When Joe was stumbling and fumbling on his fucking words, we should have had Pete Buttigieg and everybody out on Fox, CNN, MSNBC saying that Joe Biden is the sharpest he's ever been, he's the smartest he's ever been, he's perfectly fine, everything's carrying on normal, and pay attention to how your health care is good and how insulin is low. That's what the fuck we should have.
People don't care about what happened, they care about how it feels. I mean, that's how we got, people care that it looks like Joe Biden is incoherent all the time, And I don't think that you can counteract that by saying, but look at the healthcare subsidies. It wasn't working at that time, is all I'm trying to say.
We weren't delusional enough, and we didn't even try, is what I'm saying. But I hear you, and I don't disagree.
They did try. That's the thing. They did try. They did try.
No, they didn't. Nancy Pelosi and Obama was having secret meetings about Joe, and they admitted to it.
The trying was them putting him out there to do the early debate. But there's never a debate that early. That was them trying to prove that Joe could do it. And he failed the trial.
Well, again, betting on him, if you go back a little bit further, Barack chose him for part of the reason we're talking in this conversation about how Barack could get elected. It's all with the wisdom of what he had to do, Barack, and so then moving forward, now the Democratic Party, they're riding, okay, Biden is in there now and up against Trump, and Trump is just coming as a bull, and has all the backing of the old boy network for sure. And so history will say, hindsight, watching it, and people that watch it go down live, and what happens next. What happened next? So it's the lesson. Okay, all the cards were bet on Biden, and so and Kamala knew that, and so she was chosen VP. Okay, so but what's the mass? What do people want? Is the thought that whoever the hell you are in leadership, you might want to focus in on that, and opposed to this is how it's always been. It's never worked that way before. If you hold on to that when everything's changing, there might not be the mindset to go into it. You might want to be more on what's different, and in case in point, we can point up some names of people, social media, they're out there, and they won, and they're taking off. You might want to win moving forward.
One of the things, greetings. One of the things that I think is important to note, you're right with the social media, but President Obama, he was the one that really really showed the importance of social media and how it was done. I really think DNC and the Democratic Party just dropped the ball on this one. Really do. I think they should have kept Biden in. It was face recognition. I think that the spin and social media had them thinking Biden was so old without looking at Trump and without looking at Project 2025. We are in the throes of it 9 months in, and he hasn't lied. Thing that he said he was going to do, he's doing it now. People are saying no King's Day, and what is he doing? We are in a very weakened position, and it was all because I believe very strongly the Dems fumbled the ball. I think they should have let it, or if they were going to pull Biden, they should have done it early enough. 90 days out just left for confusion, fractions in the party, people saying he wasn't ready. Obama didn't win the first debate, but they didn't just pull him.
Yeah, but you like.
Okay, I'll be done. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know why y'all do this. I think that y'all let them tell you what is crazy. Like, it's like they dropped the ball. They did. Bro, we are dealing with a dumb population of people, a racist population of people, and they got their wet dream. I think it doesn't do us any good. And I won't be a part. I'm not about to like shit on a black girl who did her motherfucking hardest, and because she didn't win, we gotta figure out highway to point it back to her. It was not her fault. Like she did all that she could, and running Biden again, nobody was fucking with him, and he was old as fuck. Like that would have been just like shooting ourselves in the foot. Nigga, we did the best that we could. We lost. Like, and I think the reason we lost is because of all of this. Just with Tim Walz, the same thing that he got up on there and did, that negotiating and seating ground, and what Malibu just did, and I think all this critical like shit. That's why the fuck we lost, because we think we trying to be like smart or whatever by like giving them ground when we're just really looking stupid. Stop doing that. And that's what's irritating about the Democratic Party as a whole, is they too smart for their own good. They always trying to be like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Stop saying where motherfuckers is coming from. So like, stick with your plan, stick to it, and you'll win. But all of this, the Democrats, and I'm trying to be critical, the motherfuckers do not do that.
So if I would have been allowed to complete my thought culturally, I would have said that I was for Harris. But you interrupted me before I could get out my final thought. All of that could be true, what you're saying, but given a perspective, people should be able to give a perspective. But like they said, 2020 is hindsight. Yes, she should have gotten in, but we all know, or should know, in 90 days, it's hard to get a full campaign up. If you're looking at Trump and we're just looking at it critically, he had 2 years or whatever to get whatever spin he was going to get out. She had 90 days. And then they made sure that they attached her to the Biden policy. So no, I wasn't, trying to be smart. I think she should have been in. I think we're all paying the price because she didn't get in.
She makes that point in her book. She had 107 days. He's been running nonstop for 10 years. But just to go back to what Kiana was saying, I think it's true that, and what Sweet was saying, which is like, you have to figure out what the people want. Well, we have a very good system for figuring out what the people want, and it's called a robust primary. And if you have a robust primary, it takes into account, everybody's racism and their misogyny and their stupidity. That's all folded into the process, right? And you find out who can win. And I think that's something that the Republicans did do in 2016. The Republican Party did not want Trump, but enough people did, and they had a very robust process. Remember the debates? What did they have, like 25 people up there? They had a very robust process. They found someone who was popular. But I feel like on the Democratic side, they just tinker a little too much with their primary process, and you're tinkering with the results of what people will actually vote for.
Yeah. Well, guess what, guys? Listen. I am so grateful that you came out today. We're going to continue the conversation, just not on this particular replay. It's been a great discussion, and I want to save some for later, okay? Because tomorrow we're going to do this again, and I hope you join us again. So if you would, we're gonna transition to another space, and I don't know why I'm getting that feedback. Thank you. So thank you all for coming out. I appreciate you. If you are already a member of the house, you'll be able to just click in that house, and you'll see. I'm gonna send a link in there because it's kind of difficult to try to transfer right now. We're trying to keep the recordings great. So today is Saturday. Thank you for coming out. I'll see you on Sunday, same time tomorrow. Maybe a little later, maybe a little early. I'm not sure. And to stay with us. This is politically correct. Kamala Harris speaks 107 days. I think we are on day, I'm not even sure. We are like, I think we're on the 30th day. I think 31st day. So we'll try to continue, and maybe we can get finished through this book either tomorrow or sometime next week. Thank you for coming out. God bless. Talk to you soon. from this rally, and the one piece about Biden calling her, like, what were your true emotions? Like, did you cry? Did you feel like, oh my God, like, do they really want me to win? Do they not understand what I'm up against? Like, I'm fighting this a completely different political battle that nobody has ever fought. I got these people talking about I'm not black. I got these people talking about, you know, um, I'm a Jew lover. It just all of these different things, and I don't feel supported by the people that should be in my corner. Like, what does that emotion feel like? Like, what are you feeling? I don't hear that. Do you all hear that in the book? Do you hear her, giving that, or some people say, well, she's professional. Is that the idea, to continuously be professional? I heard like a couple moments, especially when she did when she was talking about Biden and the fucking 9.5. And it's like she don't share what she was thinking in the moment. But I feel like you're kind of right, lady. It's still a little bit it's not all the way unfiltered. It was very like, we were all thinking that, don't take the fucking hat. Right, like, what is that telling me? But after he took it, you know what I mean? Like, she's saying, okay.
Maybe she's so practiced because she's been in public life basically like from coming out of college or law school. She's had this persona, you know what I mean, or this armor. 100%, I agree. Go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I wonder if it's like, this is just her at this point, like this kind of professional persona, this way of thinking and speaking. And even if she's not, who cares what Biden says at this point, or if she's not going to, just like, this is how she speaks. So, and this is why we are where we are currently right now. You're absolutely correct. But when we were in these spaces and we were having these conversations during the campaign, and you heard a lot of people who were in the middle or on the other side, she's fake, she's phony. That gives all fake. Because at the end of the day, you're human. You're not this constant professional person. And the one thing that people did, unfortunately, or fortunately for some, connect with Trump is the fact that he was being real. Regardless whether he was lying or not, they felt like he was being real. And if you can't tell me your emotions and what you're feeling, like, you don't have to completely come out and say, yeah, they being racist towards me and da-da-da-da-da-da. No, by no means necessary. You don't have to call a thing, right? What I'm saying is, at this point in time, when you're writing a book and you have taken the time to sit down and journal day in and day out, but all you're telling me is the optics, that I'm hearing somebody who works in the CIA. I'm hearing a person who works for an FBI. You're still in that. You're not stepping out of that. And if you want people to understand who you are, you gotta give them a little. Yeah. I think the most sort of stepping out she's done has been like cursing on the book tour. Like, she said something like, they're fucking crazy, or something like that, and then everyone's like, oh my God, and people are actually responding really well to it, but I think that's all she's really allowed herself. Exactly. That's all she's allowed. She's showing the hard side of emotion. Like, come on, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Okay, but at night, what are you feeling? Like, this really hurt me. The fact that I sat here and I traveled and I did this and I did that, and the people didn't take what I was saying serious. I sat here and got the Project 2025. We did a whole daggone skit for 3 or 4 hours. They went on what
whatever the DNC, for weeks, for the whole week, right? They constantly kept coming out, and the people still didn't hear me. You know, I would be trying to ask, what was it that I couldn't give you? Turn it back on the people. Like, what more did you want from me? Are you able to see what I'm saying now? Like, can you see it? Like, I don't hear that voice. Does that make sense? Or no? That don't make sense here? It's okay.
Maybe she just didn't want to write a book like that. She's documenting.
Oh, yes,
things.
Patty. See, look at this. I don't know, this app is acting real cuckoo.
You got a PTR to even see who on stage. It shows
Constantly.
only 3 of us on
Exactly. I was like, ain't nobody coming to talk to us. Go ahead, I'm sorry. No, Spirit, go. You said that's not. Exactly, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? This is what she chose, and I'm okay with that. But again, if in fact you want to get to another side, to another level, then you have to do something that you're not used to doing. You have to step out of the comfortability that you're in. That's pretty much life.
I don't know. I hope that her tone. Another thing that I thought about, Patty, when you were speaking earlier. Damn, not Patty. First lady. When you were speaking earlier was how when y'all said that Trump's been running for 10 years or he never stopped running and she only had 90 days. That the while they were hashing up Project 2025 or whatever and doing all of that shit, writing up them papers and drafting the legislation. Do y'all remember how the Biden administration spent like that whole first year and a half dragging Kamala and talking about how she was being critical of him and the teams aren't aligning and that was wasted time. And that's what I mean about this fucking butterfly effect is that the blood was in the water from Joe's inauguration day, literally. Like the blood was already in the motherfucking water with the Democratic Party, and I really hate how we can't all be one band, one sound when it comes to certain shit.
I don't know, when he put that hat on, I'm telling you, that would have been the nail in the coffin for me. From that point on, I'd have said, okay, you know what? I see you. I got it. Okay, let me separate myself from you, because clearly you don't care about my feelings. I'm constantly up here caring about your feelings, along with trying to run this, along with trying to win this election, and then you gonna go and put that hat on your head. No. That's when I was, no, we're not doing what Biden was doing. No, I didn't agree with it. This is how we running this ship here. Yeah. These people, they were constantly against her. And that's how I feel. Like everything that she's writing, she's speaking without speaking. She's telling the story without confirming the story.
Yeah, she's kind of saying like, well, here's what happened. You draw your own conclusions.
Correct.
Well, we want to hear your conclusions.
You know, I think this is ultimately good for the party and the country to have a day-by-day analysis of what the fuck went wrong. And once you start putting too many feelings in there, it kind of can move the integrity of the analysis if it's just intended for analysis and for forward thinking and to make better decisions in the future.
That's a good take too. Thank you. Thank you for the balance. I can see that. Because a lot of times, when people do tell all books, they start coming from a complete eye perspective. And then it's just like, okay, what can I believe? What can I not believe? But in this, the way she's telling the story, it just sounds like, you know what? She's just writing down what's happening day by day and just going by the story, and telling it from that perspective. I still feel like she could add a little bit more of her feelings about it.
This also may or may not
say that. Now that would definitely be very damning for her career, period. I'm not by no means suggesting any of that. I'm just saying open up a little bit more and let the people in just a little bit in regards to how you were feeling in some of these instances. Um, okay, Bolts comes off the stage, he calls her and she said all the right political things. But how were you really feeling, sis? Like, really tell me. Did you want to cuss him out? Did you want to hit him upside his head? Like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about, Spirit. I'm just, even if she said it in a jokingly way, give me some type of personality. Hey, Steve. Impure, thank you for joining. Jeremy.
See who the hell's up on stage.
Exactly. I keep trying to tell you. Feel free. We're talking about the book. We just got finished listening to some more of Kamala Speaks, or the 107-day book that she wrote, and we're just having a conversation about that whole.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to read her book. It's on Audible, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I'm about to get into that.
It's on Clubhouse too.
We have the replays on, so if you want the commentary with it, you can listen.
You can fast forward through certain people too.
But yeah. Anyway, is there anything else, Amala? Because you always have good questions. Well, sometimes. Just kidding. No, I'll let you know if I think of anything. Don't I agree? Fast forwarding through people is the best part of reading.
Talking about Gavin Newsom. Okay, let me just speed up on that one.
Gavin Newsom. Yeah, that was a topic. I'm glad that we didn't go down that rabbit hole.
Thank you for moderating well.
Could be on the same ticket. Oh, there's ways around it. I was like, please don't nobody ask the question. Just please be quiet. Don't say nothing. Not on the recordings. What? I left. Okay. And look, now we can have a conversation because we're not on recording.
Yeah, by the way, I just came back from the New Kings. I was there for about an hour.
Okay, how was it?
It was big. I mean, it was big, and guess what? It was civil. There was some chanting, marching, good signs, whatever. It was fine. I didn't see
Any music?
A little bit of like marching band drumming, some clapping, calm response, things like that. But it was pretty chill. I mean, it was a good good turnout, at least where I was. And yeah, I mean, that's all. I mean, it's so silly. The Republicans kept mentioning it all the time. It's like anti-America speak. They saw so many fucking American flags and all this stuff, and I think that's the right optics that you want. You have thousands of people out in the street, with a lot of American flags and saying no kings. Like, I don't know, it's not much to fucking analyze from there. It's not anti-American.
Okay, so was it over or you just left?
No, my mother's actually taking a train in town, so I have to get her.
Okay.
So that's why I had to leave. It's still going right now. It's not far from where I live, so I can hear like the helicopters and like a little bit of the chin.
So are the police present? Right, they're there.
Yeah, they were on the sidewalks, just chilling out, talking to people.
Okay. So
At least where I was. At least where I was.
So no
in a section in the 20s and 30s where, because it started in Times Square, I think on like 47. So if that was like the bulk of it and where it started, I don't know if the National Guard was there. I was there for a certain section. That was it. But it seemed fine, no National Guard. I mean, police were just chilling.
So Pat says, I just arrived to my protest, so far looking calm, getting ready to get out of the car and let my voice be heard. Okay, all right.
There you go, Pat.
So I just realized what would have been the perfect answer to that question from The View. Because I checked the dates, and she went on The View October 8th, and Biden wore that hat on September 12th. That's what she should have said.
The MAGA hat.
Biden went to Pennsylvania, and there was a guy in a MAGA hat, and then the guy was like, "Oh, do you remember your name?" And Biden was like, "What? No, I don't remember my name. I'm slow," like laughing with him. I think the guy called him an award and very disrespectful. He was like, Biden was like, "Well, you'd know a thing or two about that." And then I think Biden tried to give him his like presidential seal hat, and then the guy gave him his hat, and then everyone was like, "Put the hat on, put the hat on." So he puts the hat on, the MAGA hat. And this is while Kamala is running, like I said, in early September. So, yeah, that's what I think that would have been the perfect thing to say.
God. I do want to say this because I want to say this in the last room because I know it was discussion around, oh, they should have kept Biden in and all of that. I may be the only one on the stages that actually saw him the next day speak publicly. This is literally the day after the debate. And I was hoping that it would be like a 180 from the debate, but it really wasn't. And it really made me wonder. This was late June, by the way, and it made me really feel, oh my God, I don't know if this guy is going to get through the next couple months of campaigning. There's no way. I watched him do his little old man shuffle up to the stage, speak a little bit without energy. And mind you, there's a lot of other people there. It's like Elton John, it's a big stage, there's a whole thing. And it was just so underwhelming, and it made me freaking nervous. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think he can pull this off. I don't think he can do the messaging. I don't know if he can do the campaigning. I was really, really worried. It was not just the debate. I mean, this is like things that people were definitely saying, and I saw it like I was probably 50 feet away from the guy.
He also had COVID at that time. I'm not sure if people knew the next day, but I completely agree with you. I think even if he didn't have COVID, he did not have what it took to run a successful campaign. But even beyond that, the run-up to the election did not do what was necessary to position him or Kamala to win. And that's my Monday morning quarterbacking. Donald Trump and the machine of disinformation had been running around the clock for 4 years straight without any real coordinated strategy to stem it or to push back. Like all the pushing back that I saw was really coming from rooms like this, one-off people, podcasters, but no coordinated campaign to my satisfaction to end all this. In fact, a lot of it was left completely unchallenged. There's no way that Joe Biden should have been so incredibly unpopular. If people knew what was being done, he wouldn't have been unpopular. I remember just wondering, where is this man? You never saw him. He wasn't doing too many speeches. He was doing the job. I'm not mad at that, but I'm just saying you have to talk to the people. You have to capture the people's hearts. And I don't think they made any attempt to do that at all. So by the time they had this debate, the rumors and the outright lies being told about his condition were
fierce that debate made it look like, oh, Donald Trump was telling the truth all along. He really is half dead. So it wasn't just that he completely, you know, fell apart during the campaign, but it served as proof to what was being said. And that is a lot harder to untangle. And he said something in the following days that made me realize, oh, he just does not get it. He said, well, you know, the campaigns don't start really going in full swing until after Labor Day. I'm like, what? You're below, you know, here every day, practically, created his own social media platform to spin his lies. But you think that, you know, you're going to start campaigning after Labor Day? And when? Child, I'm done.
Steve, I saw you unmuted.
Lady, hi. Is the lady still here? I can't see my asset.
Yes, I'm here. Hey, Uncle Steve.
Hey. You know, we heard the question from the last speaker. Where has Biden been? We also heard the statement that he got COVID. Well, my understanding, and please y'all fact check me if I'm wrong, that 2 weeks prior to the debate and up until the debate, he was pretty much in seclusion. I don't know if it was Camp David, but he was with his campaign working on the debate. He basically was holed up in a location working on preparing for the debate 2 weeks in advance. So how he got COVID and suffered from it during the debate, I don't know.
I mean, the people there could have gave it to him. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's an easy answer. I mean, Donald Trump got COVID the same way and gave it to Chris Christie while he was training him for his debate. So, I mean, I don't really understand that question. It's very easy to get COVID.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Fight back, Steve. Fight back.
I got no need or reason to fight. No, Scotty, I love you, baby, in more than a clubhouse way. I love.
Everybody loves Scotty. I feel like the only person who's not hated on this.
Oh, Lord. Don't say that. I got a target on my back. It's all good. Love you.
It's Scotty crazy.
If I hated it, it's going to take it down.
Me and Scotty go way back to season 1.
Right, amen.
We're talking about the protests today. I'm really happy to see that people are speaking up. I also want to urge anybody who is thinking about going to it to please go home before sundown. That is when the nonsense begins. Oftentimes, it's not done by the people who are demonstrating or protesting, but people come to cause problems. So you're having this peaceful thing going, everybody's happy, everybody's focused, and then, you know, the agitators come and start breaking windows. And it really doesn't take much to get a crowd to riot. And so I pray for completely peaceful demonstrations, but, you know, history has proved that's not usually going to be the case for things of this magnitude. And we are dealing with a government that is just praying for an excuse to use violence against citizens. So be careful, stay together with people. If you see nonsense popping off, leave or get a safe distance and videotape it. But
referring to, the Me Too movement, was around the world. It was not as confined to the country.
The No Kings protests are happening in different countries.
What are you at the protest now? Did you want to give us live feedback? You're not there?
No. Are you at home is my question. Are you in your apartment building?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm at home. I'm willing to go, but I don't have the money to go to you. I don't know if you have the money to go for me, but.
I have, to answer your question,
You want to study it?
to answer your question, I have the money to go for everybody in this room. If I wanted to.
I know that's right.
Okay, Papa Steve.
Okay, Daddy.
As much as I love being called Papa and Daddy, it's Uncle thing.
You looking for a sugar niece, uncle? Ew.
Contact me privately.
Ow.
Zilton, PM me right now. I respond to all.
Oh, Steve.
I might fuck around and hide it.
Don't tell me it was a good time.
Oh my word.
So you're not out there? I thought you was out there.
I don't have the fucking money. You got the money for me? Give
Oh,
me
you got money? You gotta pay to go to the protest?
Yes, you need gas. I ain't got no fucking gas.
It's freedom of time. Priority.
Where's the money going?
Yeah, I mean, a bus ride must cost at least $3.
Y'all want me to
Sell that strawberry.
Want me to vote for you?
That strawberry alone is worth it.
I'm just saying, you have all this talking, this smoke. Why are we talking about this? I'm thinking that you're out there or something. I thought you wanted us to get to you so that.
Lady, you don't see what's happening here.
What happened?
Ain't nobody out there, so he's trying to get everybody gassed up that they'll go out there because ain't nobody out there. Okay? I'm telling you, there's nobody out there. People want to make it seem like there are millions of people riding in the streets. Come on.
Are you there? There's no one there.
Where?
Are you there to know that there's no one there?
Scotty was just at one. We think there was plenty of people.
Somehow Adam is everywhere to know that no one is everywhere.
I drove from one end of Los Angeles and back to the other, and I didn't see nobody out there. Traffic was actually amazing.
Okay, this time was needed.
I'm in LA, amazing.
I am in Los Angeles. They are expecting about 200,000 people minimum around the country. My crystal ball, and again, my crystal ball has been wrong, between 5 and 10 million people.
About what time they doing this? So early in LA right now.
It's 11 o'clock.
It's 11.
Yes, it's
That's early. What time y'all usually get the party started over there?
12 noon. They're expecting a couple 100,000 people from downtown LA. Come on.
The party in LA starts about an hour after it starts.
There you go.
Because of all the traffic, and I'm telling you, traffic was great. Traffic's good right now.
Hasn't started yet.
You're lying.
So who are you rooting for? Clippers?
I'm rooting for myself. Both sides of Los Angeles.
Okay, there you go. There's the answer.
What's this clubhouse room slippers that you're talking about in the chat?
They were calling Lisa and 420 Lounge low IQ. And then when I was sitting in there anonymous, they were bashing Lisa and Patty. It was pretty messy, which I don't understand that because it's one thing to be on the opposite side of the aisle and to the opposite side of opinion, but I feel like Patty and Lisa had allowed people with opposing opinions to have more dignity and respect in these spaces than they have allowed over in their spaces. So it's just very interesting to hear them crying and complaining about the fact that they weren't included. Lisa and Patty were not inclusive enough, according to them.
What? Well, let me give you Monica. City. Because they have been sending spies over here from different rooms. And then going back and saying, oh, it's just the rejects from our room. When their rooms have maybe, on a day, maybe about 15, 20 people.
I was going to say, when was the last time Healthy Debates held a room? When was was the last time healthy debates held?
I mean, when you want to think about it, hold the room. Like, you got Pepe to open that house. Like, he can't even hold on to an account. So when you want to talk about rejects, like,
Yeah, I was in there earlier. It was
Like I said, when was the last time an actual healthy debates room was held?
Nobody's talking about healthy debates.
Oh, so I just heard that. It was hallucination. Okay.
no, it's called, that house is called unhealthy debate.
Exactly what I just said. Yeah, no, let's move on. We don't have to talk about my dementia, you know.
See, if you don't have dementia.
Anyways, I'm seeing EC going up. I'm seeing Philly show up, Boston showing up. They've been reporting it in all mainstream news sources, NBC, Stephen Colbert. It says scan a QR code, find a local listing near you. Tons in Southern California. But my only concern is that maybe this movement has already been compromised by the Democratic Party, and it doesn't really have that much.
You don't even want it to do well, so what the fuck are you talking about?
I want to pull him out by his ankles today. That's what I fucking want. I don't want to fucking play games. I feel like we're playing games like just eating popcorn.
talking about, I don't understand. Like,
Well, it's decentralized. Why are we making all these like why are we all like the Women's March, like the Me Too movement, collectively marching towards DC? We're acting like we're too far away, like we're in Europe, we're in Italy, like to actually make any. No, we're fucking here. We're outside. It's gonna get cold.
You won't even drive.
I like the fact that you say we. So let me ask you, since you feel you're part of we,
How many of you all there?
what have you done to contribute? What have you done to contribute?
I've done this since 2011, Steve. That's what I've done.
Okay, so I'm not talking 15 years ago. What have you done today to contribute?
I've been opening rooms. I'm trying to join.
So you've been talking on Clubhouse. That's good. You should be commemorated. What else? Anything else?
I'm asking for you to give me go.
Okay, so except for opening rooms on Clubhouse and begging your Uncle Steve for money, you haven't done
Well, it's more.
No one was begging. That was good. That was a good line regardless.
It was requested. Yeah. No one's begging here.
begging your Uncle Steve for money took me out.
I mean, Uncle Steve does have a point. I mean, if you feel so strongly about the cause, I mean, Big Five Sporting Goods, they got bullhorns. You know, instead of hollering into this mic, I mean, maybe go out there and start pounding pavement and holler out there. Now, here's what I will say. You know, I would like to see protests on both sides, okay? Because I do believe that people should get their thoughts out and people should express themselves. I just don't want people blocking the street. That's my only point of contention. Y'all can do what you want, just don't block the damn freeway. That's
We'll see about it. I don't know.
The problem with what you just said, unfortunately, is that the Republicans don't need to protest.
So why are there Republicans protesting in Beverly Hills?
Really, what are they protesting?
Yeah, they've been protesting in Beverly Hills.
Now, that question is,
There have been protests
what
in Beverly
are they
What's their
protesting?
Hills. This is a counter protest. Okay, so a rally in what form? You have a bunch of people in a rally, pickup trucks with flags screaming at people. That's a rally.
If no,
Are you saying they are protesting today against?
I did not say today.
That's why I asked you, what are they protesting? Are you deaf?
I said that they have been protesting. Maybe if y'all would shut the fuck up long enough to try to have some gotcha moments and listen to what people are saying. Because you won't shut up long enough to let me finish my sentence.
No amount of
Everybody trying to have a gotcha moment, but y'all aren't listening to hear an answer. Y'all are listening to have a gotcha moment. That's part of the problem. That is part of the problem.
No amount of silence could ever get you a gotcha moment, dude.
What's going on?
You said it was a counter protest, which leads me to believe.
So you heard what I said because you were listening.
Yeah, so a counter protest to no kings would be pro kings.
you're right.
Pro fascism.
It's nice to know that the Republicans are protesting in Beverly Hills. I'll make sure not to drive there today. It would be nice to know what they're protesting, but that's okay.
They were protesting there in April. They were protesting there in September. They were protesting there in July.
For what?
Okay, again.
What?
Okay, you said for what, and then you cut me off as I'm talking. Are y'all okay?
You don't answer the fucking question, you motherfucker! Jesus! Okay, everyone take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
I need y'all to breathe. It is Saturday. I need y'all to relax.
That's right. You see, me, and again, I'm not speaking up against anybody else. I ask a basic question. I concentrate on the issue. I did not talk to the gentleman about how old he was, about his sexuality, about the color of his skin, about his sexual orientation. I simply asked, what are the Republicans protesting? And then, of course, we got the following done.
And nobody accused you of bringing up any points of contention of identity. That's some bullshit that you're trying to do to, again, have a gotcha moment. So in response to your question, in April, it was a pro-Trump rally with no specific aim. In September, it was a vigil basically advocating for people to be canceled due to the backlash of Charlie Kirk. Do you want me to list any other motives for you, Steve? Or do you want to make some other backhanded comment of some shit that nobody even fucking mentioned?
Well, the answer to your question is, although I didn't attack you before, I will kind of attack you now by answering no. Quite frankly, I would rather not hear you speak again.
Uncle Steve, why are you causing smoke? What's going on? You trying to ruffle people's feathers. Stop it.
Your command is my wish.
What's my command?
Listen, I don't know what's going on with it, but it's Saturday and he's having a good time, okay? That's what we're gonna say.
You're on fire, Steve.
So, yeah, I think the issue with calling it a protest is when you want to express your objection or your disapproval. So it implies that you're in opposition to something. So I don't know how you can come out in opposition.
Oh, wait a minute. They're in San Francisco right now. Are they out on the beach? They got no kings, like they're all lined up to do this no kings in a box kind of thing. So that's in San Francisco. DC, they're out there. I mean, is Bernie in DC? Yeah, Bernie is in DC.
Yeah. Bill Nye folk. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It's gonna be a beautiful day.
I just saw a video of a protest at the Villages in Florida, which looks pretty cool. So all of you know those folks in Florida, that giant elderly community, I'm not sure if it's 30 or 50,000 people that live there, but they're all lined up on the side of the road with their signs and everything. It's actually a good sight because they definitely lean much more conservative.
Even a lot of the MAGA voters were asked, like, if Trump, tries to go for a third term, or tries to say, like, well, the Constitution, the 2 terms thing is about 2 consecutive terms, even though it doesn't say consecutive or whatever. Would you support that? And a lot of people wouldn't. First of all, they say he's just trolling, like it's not serious. Like learn to recognize the troll. But then, a lot of people are like, well, if he really tries to do that, no, I wouldn't support that.
Spirit, you actually believe the videos coming out of the village? Yeah, I guess I'm still a little because they had all those videos coming out when they were supposedly supporting Kamala. They had like the little signs on their little go-karts and everything, and then we see what happened. So I'm a little hesitant. I think they do it for the social. Yeah, I think they do it for personal aspect.
Well, the point is that people are getting out there, even at the villages. So it doesn't matter what the percentage is. It's that people are just getting out because they actually give a shit. And although the place is definitely more conservative, the fact that it looks like hundreds and hundreds are out there on the side of the road, that's a good thing, regardless.
Seriously, I'm gonna put a link in the chat addressing and comparing this moment in Vietnam War era.
Okay. The one in San Francisco, it says no kings, yes 50. So,
That's 50.
Prop 50 is for the redistricting.
Yeah, too much gerrymandering, even like, hesitate.
Chicago is thick. They thick out in Chicago.
Boston's big.
Yeah, Boston was pretty thick.
That was the start of a revolution. So,
Oh, people really showed up. Oh, wait a minute. We have a new person. Is it Elena? How you say her name?
Elena?
Elena. Okay. Sorry, Elena. Did you say you were there? You just got back. So, how was it?
It was wonderful. It was probably the largest crowd of all the King's Days they've had recently. And my throat's a little scratchy from screaming. So, yeah, it was amazing. The turnout was incredible. Yes, many of us boomers were there because we understand and appreciate our country and remember things from the past. So that's all I'm going to say. But yes, we were there. And I did post a picture from the event. But I've done the downtown event in Chicago. This time I did not go downtown because there was a threat of rain. But downtown was amazing. A lot of the people from the suburbs went downtown. So, and the Villages is about 35% left leaning, possibly something like that, in case you were wondering.
Oh, that's good to know. Thanks. You said 35% was left leaning?
Like 60, 40, 60, I don't know. That effect.
Johnny, she was up there?
I have stats.
No, I just drove by.
It says here about 14,500 to 20,000 people who would be counted as Democrats live in the Villages. And the Villages population 79,000.
I mean, does that surprise anybody? You have a Democratic platform that's, protecting old people. So, I mean, why would it be shocking that, the majority of them are out there protesting and upset?
What is your problem? Did you come in here to agitate and have an attitude?
I'm agreeing with you and that's agitating?
Yeah, I mean, your tone is like very antagonistic.
First Lady Patty, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon. Thank you for fine but politically correct skies. Trent, you got some explaining to do, but come on up. thought hand raising was off, sorry.
Like King, he just got back from Chicago. Yes, it was a lot of beautiful.
Explain, I don't know what to explain. Yeah, our protest down here has got about 1,000 people on it. At it, it's on the main road, which is Centennial. There's snipers on the rooftop. There's only one skyscraper, and well, there's two. There's only two major buildings over 7 stories in McAllen. So there's snipers on those rooftops. So for here, because of the presence of National Guard and Border Patrol and what have you, it's actually kind of a large protest to have 1,000 people on the street. But it's fairly significant. But what I was putting in the chat is the Real Clear Politics aggregate poll came out recently, and it's showing Trump at a 55% disapproval rating, and it's an aggregate poll, so it's taking all the poll averages, good and bad, like Rasmussen and when PIAC and all put together, and it's showing a 55% disapproval rating. And for Trump to be at this point in the presidency, 8 months in, is significant, because usually you're at least at 50%. And once you get over 57, 58%, that's when it starts to affect your down ballot races, especially in the House and the Senate, obviously. But 60%, if you start to see an average poll aggregate where a disapproval hits 60%, very, very serious problem for Republicans. So to see an aggregate poll that declining at that rate is pretty significant.
So you just come in here and talk about what you want to talk about, basically. Is that right?
Let him report from the front lines. Everybody else gave their report.
Okay, report, leave out the analysis.
Trent, do you think that I can use your voice for a real?
I have an avatar. My voice, my likeness and voice are already duplicated.
Okay, that's fine. Mine won't be long. I just need you to say what you just said like a few minutes ago. I just need like 30 seconds of that. That'd be good. No?
Thank you, baby.
Gonna say it again?
No, not right now.
Spirit.
And then end it with thank you, baby. Yeah, that'd be great.
No, you have to you say thank you, baby, and then you guys have a good night.
Hey, I just got to say one thing. Now, I don't know if you're a Cowboys fan, but I got some folks down here in Dallas that, you want to wear that outfit down in Arlington to come watch the Cowboys. They would, because you got on the colors, all you need is the hat and some boots, first lady. I got some brothers that love to meet your acquaintance with that on. I'm just saying.
So what if folks? Oh God, the Uncle Trent vibes. You were doing so good.
I'm just saying. I'm at 44, and I got a couple of friends. They're getting divorced. They're looking for that second go around, and the second time is a charm. You know what I'm saying? So
What else is going on the grounds? I thought you were reporting.
shit, I'm not down there. I just, down here. I see 1,000 people out there, but I'll be able to tell you more tonight, because I'm going to a gala tonight that's going to have a lot of the political leaders down here for Dancing with the Stars McAllen, and I'll be able to talk like some mayor and the county judges, and I'll get a feel for how people are feeling, because it's the who's who down here. I can tell you that the job creation is the biggest problem down here. We're starting to have some empty homes, obviously because of the people who have had to leave. is a real problem, like across the United States. And that's why I'm looking at this aggregate number, because if he's at 55% now, when we get to December, if the job creation number is not over 150,000, we're not creating enough jobs to sustain on the year for the populace. We've already got way too many people on filing unemployment benefits, plus the government shutdown and the elimination of government jobs. It's like it's the perfect storm to have go into next year and get matter within the House and the Senate.
All right, what's the event you're going to? It's called Line Dancing for Fascism. Never mind.
All right, thank you for joining. Today is Saturday, and I believe it is October the 18th.
So it's called Dancing with the Stars, and it benefits the Diabetes Association down here. So
That's beautiful.
All the county commissioners, judges, lawyers, the major lawyers down here, doctors participate in it. I'm going because of my wife. Down here, county commissioners and county judges, because they control the ports of entry, they're very, very powerful, kind of like aldermen in the Northeast. So they have a really good feeling of like what's going on both sides of the aisle and how the populace is feeling.
All right, so it is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time where I am. I don't know where you are, but guess what? I greet you with love, joy, peace, and happiness. I'm grateful that you joined us today. We are talking about the New Kings. We just recently had a space where we were going over the 107 days with Kamala Harris. And, we're having a conversation. Some people have come up and talked about, that they've been there, that the protest was peaceful. People were singing, just a great vibe, chanting, and I believe King, if I'm not mistaken, are you on the stage still, King? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Can you tell us from your point of view what you experienced today? Were you going or you already been?
I've already been.
Okay.
It started in the suburbs, at least it started at 11 o'clock this morning. And I was there, I think about 100 people.
Can you look?
Straight. What did you say?
Oh, I said you're in the, but you sound good now.
Yeah, I'm not in the loop. So in the loop, there were thousands of people. I posted a link in the chat, basically the news covering the major march downtown. But that's a whole, like getting downtown in a situation like that, I wasn't trying to fight with them people. So I just went to one of the local, because they're happening all over the city. Yeah, and people have their signs out. I didn't have no sign or nothing. I never do, right? This is not my first march. I think that this was more pedestrian. And I think that all I saw was suburbanites, right? White folks, some Hispanics. But I'm sure the downtown all of the real people that in the activist community that always show up when there's a war, when people are being kidnapped, the people who've been showing up the whole time and who are, like really locked into what's going on in the activist community in Chicago. But I think it was a success. And there was no beef, no confrontation. So it was cool.
Wise guy, did you want to share your experience from today? Wise guy? Okay.
Hey, Devon, thank you for joining. I'm so sorry, guys. I see you guys popping in, popping out.
Something got going on, yo, fuck.
Okay.
Man, no, check this out, though. No, listen. No, listen, baby, here. You gotta listen. My thing is this. I think that, everybody, hey, Kamala name keep coming up. Why people saying her name too? As if she good. She just as bad as that. She just as bad as that nigga.
Oh, I thought you said no kings bed. I'm sorry, guys.
Right.
That's new. I thought it was wise.
Got you, brother. You have to do that.
But I don't know.
Hey, Devon.
Check this out. No, I ain't gonna lie.
Out, bro. You in the matrix. Bro, you're in the matrix. We can't hear you breaking up bad. Maybe you should go somewhere where you got better signal. Last second afternoon, I told her, Haitian, what's going on, brother? Going on to all the mods, everybody happy Saturday and no King's Day. That's right.
Happy Saturday. I just want to apologize to the people. We are not kicking you out. I hope you know that this is a glitch. I think Clubhouse is making some big changes. I don't know what kind of updates they have going on, but I suspect there's something going on in their development and uploading, whatever. But stay tuned. Just keep coming on back. But yeah, Haitian, you were going to say something? Hey, CEO.
No, I'm saying what up.
How you feeling?
Alright.
That's good.
How you doing?
Nice. I'm wonderful, thank you. So, large crowds expected to turn out in more than 2,500 protests across the United States, all a result of no kings protesting against Trump. So, it looks like this is going real peaceful. Do you think we can keep the peace going? Or do you think it's going to turn?
I think it'll be violent somewhere. And not necessarily the protesters initiating it. The mysterious people come with the bricks. Shut the fuck up with that shit, Water, you dumbass.
I agree. It's bigger than no King's Day at this point because you have actual supporters of this man that are not getting paid. We have huge delays at our airports. I heard that some of the, I believe, TSA workers are getting, if you're on direct deposit, I think Chase or one of the banks are actually lending them their payroll until the done is over, and then they're gonna have to repay the banks. My family member might just travel the other day, 4 hours at JFK, 4 hours to go to Atlanta because the lines were so backed up because people are furloughed, meaning the TSA workers. So people are going to join, I feel, these protests because they have their issues not only with him trying to be a king, but with the shutdown. Supporters are not like, this is not what I voted for. I just saw today he's now blaming Chuck Schumer, saying that they want to give health insurance to people that have been, the same old lies, released from insane asylums, released from jail. And we know that more than not, did not, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but we know it's not true, right? We know it's not true that insane asylums are not really unleashed on us. Jails are not, there are some cases, yes, but the majority of the people that came into this country were not from insane asylums or rapists and drugs.
Yes, they was, bro. If they fucked up with that, man.
Can I finish speaking, please?
Yeah.
You can go. You can go when I'm done. You can go when I'm done. Okay, can I finish? I don't know why you're so triggered right now, but I'm almost done, and you can have it. I mean, all you gotta do is read. You can read and see who actually needs it. I'm not done. I'm not done. You can go when I'm done. Okay, you can ask the farmers that have no one to work the land because the workers are scared, right? That don't sound like killers.
dedicated. I mean, those are farm workers. Okay, this man is ruining the economy. We can't sell corn. There's no one to sell corn to. Ask the soybean farmers right now that are asking for another bailout because they can't sell their soy. I mean, the list goes on and on. But if you want to co-sign the fall of religion, you have to do that.
For one, listen, this nigga saying that people who weren't coming over here, they saying they wasn't raping people and doing up. Y'all ain't been saying them people coming over here, kicking the niggas' doors and shit like that. That's only the few videos you seen. Man, I got a video right now.
Who's on my videos?
Well-known
Who's
terrorist.
on my videos? I can make a video
He said,
right now.
you don't know me, don't worry about it.
I can make a video
Information from videos like that. Basically, the nigga said, this is a direct word. He said, you don't know me, don't worry about it. You won't know who I am. And niggas looked him up. Nigga, well-known terrorist. Who the fuck? This nigga crazy. You don't know who them niggas. Listen, all right, so go on Mexico right now. Listen, go on Mexico right now and try to cross over there right now. You doing all this for anything and go over there, go to any different country. Why? Some laws and regulations. Why the fuck a nigga just crossing over there? Why? What the fuck is that? Females and kids is getting kidnapped. Why? You know how to realize that shit? Is that your evidence, brother? Video? Man, my nigga, man, listen, no, I'm talking to that man, false to that shit. What's happening? Come on, yo, bro. It's females and kids is getting kidnapped. Hold on. Where you getting your information from? Bro, everybody knows this, yo. Everybody knows this.
Not only that, they're eating the cat and the dog.
This shit like the TikTok. Yo, yeah, like the truck, bro. Going down there. Russia, I come from Russia. Niggas come from China.
They're eating the cat. They're eating the
Different
back.
places, bro. They come from different places, bro. You don't know who these people is, nigga. You don't know these people. I know you, nigga. When you finish shit in that country, Russia, you wanna go? I guarantee you, man, they gon' man, look, look,
Follow the facts as opposed to just the theories, right? What I'm saying is let's discuss these issues more intelligently. I haven't heard that from you, MJ, and to some extent, Betty, you either, right? If I, with all due respect,
Stop jumping in. Go ahead, finish.
I keep saying that America hasn't benefited the island, but it's not about the political party. It's about the system, the imperialism, and a lot of other issues. But it's not about the political party necessarily, because the Democratic Party, to me, has done made a lot of attempted progress for the island of Puerto Rico. I have a lot of friends
problem, right? It's that marches are one tier in a comprehensive strategy to address the political issue. So the problem when we try to relate what happened back then to right now is that the civil rights marches had a comprehensive strategy of which the march was only one tentacle of the strategy. So don't complain about the march. Just say you want a more evolved or smarter strategy related to the march. There's nothing wrong with protesting in every form when something's done incorrectly, right? We just want more strategy. The strategy is the important part.
Wait, before others jump in, Sister told you, this is related to what I was asking you about earlier, so I want to give you the opportunity if you have anything to say.
Pretty much what I was going to say, so I'll just underscore and say ditto. Thank you, Castillo.
Okay, let me say one quick thing, and y'all can correct me if I'm mistaken. If I had my choice, right, I would never, I don't want colonization, I don't support colonization. No colonization at all. And we also understand how colonization abroad is related to repression at home. So these things are related. Okay. But since I don't have my choice, okay, and if both parties or whatever, or all political leaders or anyone who runs the American regime, okay, empire is going to be out here colonizing, all right, if that's what it is, and I have the opportunity to vote or to advocate for lack of a better term, a kinder, gentler colonization, why would I not choose that? Is that wrong?
Sometimes the harm reduction is the thing, but we can't sit there and ignore the problems that the party that we vote for is putting onto these black people that are abroad. You know what I'm saying? Like that, we can't ignore that. So I don't have a problem saying, yeah, hell yeah, of course we're gonna put crack no matter what, right? And we're gonna do our agendas to make sure we can fastest get the fuck out of power. But at the same time, when we're voting inter-party, right? We need to sit up here and make sure that we're putting forward, right, the understanding that neo-colonialism is not something that we want to be perpetuated by these people, right? It does have to matter, right? Because they reinforce each other, and those are tools that are used against black people here, as well as black people abroad.
But that's not what where's the muzzle? Where's the muzzle? MJ, we agree with you on that part, right? Or at least I do. I agree with you on that part. The problem is that's not where the conversation came from. You're inserting stuff. Exactly. And so like we weren't talking about that. So the fact that it's not that no one, I don't think anybody, I think Kimberly said it, I think Malak just said it, you just said it. No one in here is advocating for imperialism, even as we sit in the belly of empire. We're sitting here in empire, enjoying our Saturday. Y'all legs, some of y'all ain't even brushed your teeth. Did you wash up under your arms good? Y'all are sitting in your comfort of your wherever you are in this country, in the belly of empire, and no one here is advocating for the U.S. to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal. Ain't none of us advocating for this bullshit. You know this, MJ. We're talking about the collective interest of I'm going to speak for myself. We are talking about the collective interest of people in this country that have continued to be oppressed and subjugated since the inception of the very idea of the American project. That's what we're talking about, MJ. We can't keep gravitating to this message that all of the parties are the same as we fight for our lives. We can't keep doing that.
You know, I mean, I don't understand where we keep saying this and we keep moving this goalpost. I don't understand where we're getting this from because, again, it keeps going back to the same conversation of a lot of y'all don't understand basic civics. Y'all blame the President of the United States for everything, and you never talk about how Congress is made up. Never. I never hear the conversations. I never hear you guys talk about your governors. I never hear you talk about your mayors. I never hear you talk about your city councils. I never hear you talk about your aldermen. I never hear you talk about how these people who shape what is happening in your cities and how the money is spent in your cities and how it's destroying or not
join your cities, I never hear you have these conversations. I find it super weird. And what CO said was absolutely correct. And y'all are not having these conversations. I'm going on mute.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question, Rez? I just want, and correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, and I could be off on this, but we keep pretending like Puerto Rico was a free democracy before the Spanish-American War. Weren't they already colonized?
They absolutely
Okay. I'm checking.
Can I say something? Because you guys are talking about history. You're talking about history.
He asked me a question. I'm responding to him. History tells me the same thing too, GA. I'm going on mute.
Okay, so when we're talking, we're not sitting here and saying that it wasn't colonized. The Puerto Ricans revolted, and you can look up at that history as well. And then they were actually free for 2 weeks, and then the U.S. came in.
It doesn't matter. We get into. It doesn't. Oh my God, that wasn't the point.
But that wasn't my point, Rez. My point was
Oh
that
my God. Guys, please, one at a time. Let Betty land.
as an Afro-Indigenous woman who is literally watching a majority of me as a person being washed away, as my people being washed away, where we're having to fight for our land, our cultural practices, and all these things. Because you guys keep speaking on experiences from external. Here and saying that both parties have actively. That's all I said.
All I'm saying is, listen, colonialization harms everybody. That is the problem that I have with your argument. This is
You're going to have an issue with it because you're living here in America and you believe in that system. I'm here as a Puerto Rican woman saying I'm watching it harm me, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. I don't care who the president is because I still want freedom for the island so we can stop being impacted. That's all I was saying. And when I'm talking about the no kings, right? All that I said was I don't believe it's a protest. I believe it's a rally. And because of the surveillance, I think it's a way to control where there's not going to be active change unless people start questioning who are running these things and what can we actually do to have freedom for all people.
But you came in here into a black space to lecture people who have gone. Oh my God, you keep cutting people off. You keep cutting people off, and you're cutting me off. And just you can't hear anybody because you've got a lot of background noise. But you keep cutting people off, and you're tone deaf in this conversation, Betty. You've repeated the same thing over and over again. And again, no one is against what you're saying. I heard what you said, but you're very tone deaf. The problem that we're having with this is right. Thank you, Kim. Go ahead, Kim, because I'm gonna give you the rest of the floor.
So I'm not sure. Maybe this is just my ignorance. The discussion of y'all believe in the system. What? Y'all think that Black Americans have scratched and clawed because we believe in the greatness of America? We have no fucking choice. The reason why I am triggered is, I am so sorry, is getting away. The continued dismissal and position and what Black people in this country are fighting for, it is giving me, we are all slaves. That's what it's giving to me.
Yeah, and it is very dismissive, and it's also wildly inaccurate from my humble opinion. In 2021, the Democrats did attempt to pass what's called a Termination Act. That would mean that the people of Puerto Rico would be able to decide what kind of relationship, if any at all, they wanted to have with the continental United States. It did not pass because of the Republicans. So the idea that somehow, they're the same or they are equally harmful, just flat out isn't true. I also think that there were many good reasons for PROMESA. Without it, they needed to have something equally powerful to get people out from the insurmountable debt that was created finally, I'm kind of pissed because that 2021 Act was covering Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C., and did not cover the United States Virgin Islands. So it's just kind of strange to me to hear a Puerto Rican say these things.
There's many of us who say this.
Since the governor of Puerto Rico was up here lobbying the Congress messes up.
Yeah, and the governor of
Lobbying. Something of the lobbying.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying is that
Only one party had a rally where they platformed somebody that said Puerto Rico was a floating island of trash. Only one party
Humans,
had a
you're
president
prosperous.
who came to Puerto Rico and threw paper towels at people instead of trying to figure out how to help them get their power in.
I never fixed the grid. Never fixed the grid at all.
Exactly.
Okay, but
Saying that the vote marks are the same is very problematic. And real quick, this is exactly what the right wants. They want the Tainos arguing with the fucking ADOS people instead of us coming together and trying to figure out what the fuck we need to be getting on one accord on. It's really problematic, Betty. Tú vives en Puerto Rico? You live there today? Or you live in Estados Unidos? Which one?
So no, listen to me, because I can't move back. Because they took our land, we had to come here. Because we can't afford to live where we were.
Okay, so punto final. You're doing all of this booty clapping for Puerto Rico y tú vives en Estados Unidos. Give a fuck if it's some legislation for Puerto Rico. Vote for somebody who's going to put together some legislation for Puerto Rico.
The fact that you asked me if I live the fact that you asked me if I live in Puerto Rico and I said we cannot move back, we've been displaced, and your response is to vote locally rather than try to understand that experience.
Guess who else has been displaced? Guess who else has been displaced?
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm
What do you want? I'm just saying.
You guys keep talking to me about my history, and I'm literally telling you that at the end of the day, why I feel that it is harmful. Nobody's saying don't.
No, you were talking to us about your history.
But I'm sitting here and saying that at the end of the day, I won't see it any other way until my island is free and my people are free.
Don't tell the people that did it.
I think the last time Puerto Rico was free was for 2 weeks and was taken over by another power. So I don't understand how people think that you can just suddenly divorce yourself from the United States and not be fucked over by some other country.
That's the part that's hard. Also, Betty, I think it would be prudent if you went and visited some of the white spaces to get, more advocates, being that, they are the majority population that vote right now.
But Betty, can you understand?
I understand where you're at.
Betty, wait, Betty, please.
I didn't realize who Kitover was.
Can I speak? I feel like you're an intelligent person. I feel like you're an intelligent person, and I feel like you can understand some of the pushback that you're getting. So, just to make peace in the room, do you think that you could articulate what the pushback is that you're hearing and what is making sense to you?
No, I understand that here specifically in America, that the reason why, and mind you, I didn't assume that this was an all black space, because if that was the case, I wouldn't have come into this conversation. I see.
Then why did you ask Afro?
Can I finish? Because you need a question. So I saw other people from other ethnicities, other races come up on here. When I heard when that person was saying, I said, as a Puerto Rican woman, I understand. To understand that people are sitting here and saying that we are Black Americans or we have to vote into this system for harm reduction. That's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But what I said is that for me, when I hear, oh, we have to vote Democrat, we have to vote Republican, both parties harm us as an island. And there are movements that are existing that are actively fighting for that. So I'm not negating. That's why I said, I was like, I don't think your mama's wrong in sitting here and saying we have to vote into this. But And yes, people keep bringing up the governor of Puerto Rico, and fuck her every day and all day. Okay? She is a Trump supporter, and she actively harms the island, and to which I can't move back, even if I try. Because all the resources are going to the gringos who are moving on the island. So when you ask me why I don't live in that space, I can't. I can't afford it anymore. The land that was originally me and my family's, we can't move back. But I'm not.
You can't go off grid, you indigenous.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
You can't go off grid.
You guys don't even realize that you guys are actively being harmful to me when I'm not even saying certain things.
Girl, 25 million African Americans disappeared overnight. I understand persuasion. What's going on? You can't talk about black people lecturing us on how our political participation is meaningless. I'm not. We're harming you. Girl, you're harming us.
You harming us. You harming the identity games and all that. We trying to get rid of fascism here, baby. We're trying to get rid of fascism.
If you don't see that because you're in this capitalism, you're right for
States to actually be citizens and actually vote in their country. That's what we're focused on. We're not worried about Puerto Rico and living off grid.
You even say who said anything about living off of grid?
Why are you in here in this room full of those negros talking about what the white people are doing in Puerto Rico? I don't understand. Make it make sense. And what is the solution? Because you just keep repeating the same shit over and over again. As an Afro-Indigenous person, it's the Afro-Indigenous people in here right now. So you want to have ANOs versus the Tainos? Is that what you want?
This lady in the chat talking about my people were slaves too.
Like, Kimberly, you act like we don't know Black Creek, Black Seminoles in Oklahoma going through the same shit right now. Girl, we got shit going on too. Then you come out, race and everything, voting and citizenship. What you want?
I don't let that was wrong, because you just complaining.
Just give it up, man. They be complaining too, but it's just cool, but just let them have it.
She was better to break up America before she brought up that island. That's all she had.
You complaining that white people taking over.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon. Hold on, I got something to say because I've been listening to this all this time. So I guess the mods are sleeping. This is a black space now. Interesting. So I learned that by not being in the room. Let me call that out real quick. It's a black space. Is that what's going on, mods? Hello? Is anybody awake up there?
I don't believe so, Mel. How are you, by the way? Welcome.
Hello? Oh, mods are sleeping, I guess. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Make sure you share the room.
That's it, man. You don't want to. Hold on. For your perspective, you don't have anything else to say? To be honest, I don't have anything to say. I cannot speak on the island I don't live on, right? Right? Well, I'm not gonna go and speak on the island I don't live on. That's not what I do. Plain and simple. But I'm just surprised that when the white people come around, we cannot speak down to these white people, and we cannot do this. But what just happened on this stage was everybody was attacking Betty.
Oh, I don't do the buck reason, but
Okay.
y'all do that with the buck.
Well, when it came, that's why I'm trying to clear things up. I came to clear shit up.
I don't do the buck, I don't do the
Okay.
I don't do the
So
brown.
it's like, what is it? 1 minute it's a black space, then it's not a black space. Now you didn't hear me protect and tell us how we need to respond.
Well,
That's why I'm asking the mods. Because I'm trying to see how this is run. Once again, 1 minute we are protecting the white people in here. We cannot talk about race. We cannot talk down to white people. But there's one Puerto Rican on stage, and everybody's after the Puerto Rican, and nobody said anything. You didn't hear the shit was going on for a while.
But I told her to let it go, man.
And I know the mods are awake because the emojis was twitching. So I know awake. So I'm trying to find out. Is this shit just say? Hold on. Is this what goes on because I'm in the room, but when I'm not in the room, then it's held differently? I need some answers.
Okay, so check this out. I don't know what the fuck going on. Nobody's gonna tell me where the fuck I'm at. I
experience. Because I'm sure if she doesn't speak on her experience, she's gonna get attacked for speaking on somebody else's experience and somebody else's history. And what went on was everybody was having to respond to her. Multiple people were responding to her. And Mods was, you on mute, right? So then all of a sudden, it came out. This is a space. You coming into a black space to talk about Puerto Rico. You coming into a black space to talk about black face, black this, black that.
We did not. Black people. Who said that? Did you hear her? Did you miss that? Black people are black space. I explicitly said in the chat, Patty says that this is not a black space, but this is a room full of black people. And so what was the reason? So why do you feel that that was needed to say? I'm sorry, if you don't understand that, then
Hey, Mel, this was a black face, like,
of course they did. They're basically saying what they don't know how long I did this. I'm saying that so they clicked, and that's why I did not say who said it. Because I heard it from different voices, and I didn't take notes. That's why I said it was said. So his dog's gonna fucking holler. I didn't say not. Everybody didn't say black space. Some people said you're telling black people. Some people said the majority of the room. Correct. But she's speaking on her experience, right or wrong. Like she's telling us how we need to respond. That's what she's doing. No. She's speaking on her experience. And you know what you're saying? Oh, history of Puerto Rico. History. If somebody will come up here and speak on black history, this stage will go crazy. Once again, if somebody from the outside would speak on black history, this fucking stage, room, audience, roof will fucking go on fire. But she's speaking on her experience, and we have people that are non-Puerto Rican speaking on the Puerto Rican experience, the Puerto Rican history.
She said she was Afro-American. She's not black no more. What's going on?
She's Afro-Latina. Hello, race. Her race is fucking black. Her skin is black. Yes.
Because they said it.
Yes, because what? So what was the reason to mention that you're talking to black people? This is a black space. I'm confused.
Talking about Americans for me.
So what I'm trying to find out, are white people only protected in this room? That's what I'm trying to find out. And I'm not asking non-mods, because this shit ain't got nothing to do with y'all.
They got proximity with black people better than Puerto Rico.
No.
I'm sorry. And you know niggas, how niggas come
So
up.
once again, I'm not asking people that are not mods. I'm asking, is this a black space?
So throw your question in. That's all. Point it out. Because I know you're not talking to me.
Obviously, it's your room.
You're not talking to me.
It's your room, right?
Clear. This is just a space.
But what I'm saying is what went on right now. What went on? Patty, I'm speaking to you, Patty.
Okay, well then if you're talking to me, you already know what it is.
Patty, are you not the top left? Today you're not top left. You're on top left of this room. But what I'm saying is, if you guys are modding this room, something just went on here for the last 35 minutes.
What? You already know.
And clearly,
you don't know.
It was not being held that this was.
Check this out now.
It was not being held that way.
We're not gonna play this game.
It was not being. Okay.
You know this just like every other audience and all the people that come in this room. Most of
She don't even know. She said she wasn't listening.
y'all
Why
are
you
not
mention that?
here half the time.
She wasn't
Most of
listening.
the time, if I'm here early in the morning. Other than that, I'm fucking working or I'm fucking with my friends. I can't help in Clubhouse. Just because you see my motherfucking PTR don't mean I'm here. All y'all know that shit. None of us on this motherfucker live on Clubhouse. Just because you see they fucking PTR, because they mouth not open, we feel. Guess what? From now on, if you got a problem with anybody, don't fucking be here. Instead of fucking starting arguments and all this bullshit, the conversation can be had with that person that you may have an issue with, don't be here.
It's not an argument. It's just that when we speak on white people,
You want
It's just that when we speak on white people, we get shut down. So I'm trying to find out where's the conversation. I'm just trying to find out the rules. That's it.
Well, you should know. That's all. If your name is on here, if you want your name off, let us know. Because your name is on here. There are people you can talk to. Whatever you got an issue with.
Well, once again, when we speak on white people, we gotta end the conversation. We cannot speak on it. So I'm trying to find out the rules. What is allowed and what is not? Because clearly, it's not allowed. Because we have done it before and we have been multiple. I just came in right now.
If you want to shut it down.
I'm the one that kicked Betty out. What you talking about?
Why you shut it down?
I just came. Hello. I just came in the room and I just came. Who you think kicked Betty out?
Some of the odds. I want to know who it is. Who do you
This has nothing to do with the fucking mods. I was just asking for the rules.
You said you not talking to nobody.
I asked you guys what the rules. What was the rules? I said top left, right? And who are you? And I mentioned you.
It don't matter who's in the city. You are in charge of this room too. What's going on here?
But if I'm not here and I'm listening to something I can't
You obviously came in with a problem with it. If you had a problem and you know that this house was built between 4 females, why not point out the issue?
I just pointed out the issue. Did you just not hear me? I just pointed out the issue.
Okay, well then you guys need to talk about it.
I just pointed out the issue.
Now,
Basically, we can't. When we speak on white people, we cannot talk about white people.
Because I'm not.
That's the fucking issue. That's the fucking issue. We cannot talk about white people. That's the issue.
I just said that came in here to pit black people and red people against each other, and now y'all mods are crashing out over it. It's not perfect.
To do this on fucking stage, right? So if this is an issue, right? If I got an issue with Bam, I would never come on here. Maybe I might have crashed for a moment, but I would have never came on here and argued with her.
Who's arguing?
Okay, you may not take it that way. You don't know person may be perceiving it. I can tell you the way I'm perceiving it because I came off the mic out loud too. So I'm like,
Y'all are truly workers having a conversation.
Once again, nobody's arguing. I just asked what was the rules.
my perception of the situation is gonna be my reality. So if you come at me feeling a little tough, I'm gonna think that everybody's trying to get tough.
Y'all from the same borough or something? Y'all from the same borough or
My
something?
perception is always gonna be the reality for me. So I'm just telling you.
If anybody wants to, I'm gonna let everybody else speak because obviously there's people that agree with me, there's people that don't agree with me. Let them speak on how they felt in regards to the conversation.
I don't think I'm supposed to agree with me. You know why? Because I fuck with you and
I'm talking about Patty, calm down, Patty.
I don't know. The only people I'm concerned about right now are the people that I call my friends. So y'all need to have that conversation behind closed doors, not on the fucking stage. Mel, you are in just as much as charge as anybody else in here. So you have
me, baby. That's people.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm telling y'all need to have that conversation. And Mel, you just as important as
My thing is, what conversation needed to have? There's no conversation that needs to be had.
get down to, and instead of fucking like saying this person or I gotta see what they doing, motherfucker, I have to fucking sneak around to find out who's fucking making sure they turning they fucking plans of action at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm supposed to be fucking asleep because I gotta.
Christine, you know what I'm upset about? That if it was a white person, they shut that bitch down. They don't allow us to drag white people. That's what I'm upset about. So if anybody should be dragged, the fuck it's fucking white people. Okay? Or if you want to speak of pain, it's fucking Spaniards. But we're not allowed to do that. But what went on right now was that everybody was allowed to gang up on that one Puerto Rican. So that's what we're referring to. So we basically saved the white people, but at any point they could have kicked Betty. At any point they could have kicked Betty. Let's be clear.
We was not dragging her. She needed to be kicked. Like, we were not dragging her.
That's why I kicked her. That's why I kicked her.
Why?
That's why I kicked her. What you mean, why?
We don't understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, how you did it was not how we presented.
Because that's how I de-escalate things, by getting rid of the person. That's why I kicked her. That's why I kicked her.
The issue we had was her saying that both parties are exactly the same because of what's going on in Puerto Rico. And the girl no vive in Puerto Rico. She lived here in the United States. And I said, why are you relating to her?
I heard
talking about. Right. I said, why are you talking about what the gringos are doing? And if you know gringos in here. That's what the problem was. It wasn't about, and I said that to her, why are you trying to pit Hispanic people and black people against each other? We started talking about no pigs. And now the whole conversation is derailed. So it wasn't about dragging her, it was dragging her argument. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing anything to better Puerto Rico either. You're just in here.
But didn't I hear her say that she would have never came in here if this was an all-black space? She did say that she doesn't go into white places, but she also mentioned that she would have she thought that this was a mixed place, and that's the reason she came in here.
But she didn't say right. She said that in a retort to us saying you're talking to black people and complaining about the white people.
Correct, and that was her response.
Right, her response was, why would they keep in here if I thought this was a black place? And nobody actually said it was a black.
And nobody attacked her.
So basically, she wants to complain about white people. She has a problem with white people, no different than you guys have a problem with white people. So you guys are really on the same.
We have the same height. She argued what we weren't doing. Exactly. That's what her that you missed.
So this is what you guys are failing to understand. I'm not missing no point. What I am understanding is that if that was a white woman, they would have never let that conversation go for that long. That's all I'm saying.
Who's that? Point them out.
You, First Lady. You and First Lady, Patty.
So check this out. Let me tell you something, Mel, and you know this already. I always say I don't want allow motherfuckers to speak and then attack. That's all I say. And I tell you, this ain't a purely black space because there's more than just black people in here. Yeah, that's it. I don't sit around and protect shit other than maybe a fucking marshal. And there's a reason why I protect Marshall. And it's a fucking joke. And y'all know it's a fucking joke.
For real.
And for the record, the conversation, they weren't talking about her, calling her out her name, none of that. None of that was being talked about. They were simply having a conversation between, hey, listen, we don't want to say that both parties are the same. We don't want that. And she kept going back and then talking about her experience. And as your mama continuously kept saying, that's not how the conversation went. But so far as like getting personal, there was no personal attacks between nobody. She didn't say nothing personal to nobody.
Yeah, I didn't hear any personal attacks. I didn't hear any personal attacks.
To me, it was a debate going back and forth. It was a healthy debate. And I said that when I did the reset. I said, well, this is a healthy debate. I said, I'm not going to stop y'all from going back and forth. They were debating. But most of the time when we had those other conversations and people started talking about F you and go to hell and this and this and this and that,
anymore. What was happening in that conversation was a debate. Somebody having a disagreement and not agreeing with what another person was saying. And that is okay. There's nothing wrong with people having conversation. The problem with people having conversation, people start going to hell. And I didn't hear hell. And I tried to move the conversation along a couple different times, but they kept coming back with different questions. And she was willing to answer. She wanted to jump in there. She was the one who wanted to continuously keep on talking.
That's why I didn't think she should have been kicked, because it was a healthy conversation. Nobody actually attacked anybody personally, and we had a disagreement of how we saw it. I was 100% behind your mama and Rez. She was ill-equipped to have that conversation, and I didn't want to hear her come in here and actually whine to black people about things that black people did not do. And she was dropping that on CO did a perfect job in saying you can't drop this at Obama's feet because there's three branches of government.
And that's all we talked about. Yeah.
That's all we talked about.
Conversation. We were talking about the
Nobody was
Congress and
attacking her.
everything. Nobody attacked her at all.
Once again, I didn't say anybody was verbally doing anything or attacking her. I just said it went on for a long time. And usually I don't see that, us being allowed for that to go on that long when it comes to white people. That's what I said.
I thought it was a healthy debate. I didn't see anything wrong with
Maybe you have a personal thing that you're only thinking is about white people. I don't know what the fuck is.
No, I feel that when conversations has been.
That's your perception, that's your reality.
And I listen actually more than, right? So people, if you listen more than you speak.
And this was about protecting it. The only white person I told y'all one time was fucking Marshall. That's it. Now, I always say let them fucking speak and then fucking attack. I don't give a fuck how you attack. I'm different. Because I still will cut the motherfucker out from the fucking top to the bottom. And I have to fucking pull back sometimes because I fucking interrupt them when they say dumb shit.
I feel like y'all political conversations have grown way better than talk about.
I stay on mute
and
majority of the day.
Y'all
I stay on mute majority of the day. I stay quiet, and I'm constantly listening. And I don't intervene when things get, oh, can't talk about this, or this has to get derailed. Oh no, we're not gonna speak about this here. I don't come off the mic and be like, what do you mean? Why we can't speak about that? I just stay quiet. But I know these things. And that's it. And once again, you just said you don't always listen.
It wasn't last week when I said something about we can't talk about something here. Unless they ask us to talk about something else and we talk about one subject. You pinpoint one time. Because if anything, I got the biggest mouth on this motherfucker. I'm the one that everybody gotta tell to fucking calm the fuck down. I'm the one that's cussing everybody out. I'll never hear lady cussing nobody out. I'll never hear you cussing nobody out. I may hear fucking Dr. A.G. It's me or Dr. A.G. always trying to fucking battle people when it comes to information. So who is not? What is the problem? I'm confused. Because I know I cussed out almost everybody on this goddamn app.
We have all cussed people out. We have all cussed people out. We have all cussed
You
people
tell
out.
me when it's been said that I said, or I said,
Patty, I don't have a date, a time. I don't have that for you.
Yesterday.
All I'm saying, no, last week we can say. Okay, if we want to speak on black and white race, if we want to have race conversations, it's not allowed. Not allowed.
Who said that?
Okay.
Who said that?
It's okay.
No, it's not okay. Because I would get back from
a race conversation. It's not, but I'm not, the conversation that was being had was not a race conversation. It was not a race conversation, but I'm comparing it to a race conversation. Why? Why not? If we're speaking about one country, versus like bringing in a non sequitur. That's how we're going to be fair. To be fair, correct. It's not a race conversation. It was, you guys were on the opposite end. It was not a race conversation. It was Puerto Rico in regards to Black American, United States, not even, I'm going to say black, because there's obviously Caribbeans also on stage just speaking on the conversation. So it was the opposite. So it was, I'm comparing it to a white and black conversation that we are not able to have. That's it.
Check this out. Nobody said they can't have the conversation. station because y'all have it every fucking day. Y'all fucking open, you come off the mic as soon as somebody come on stage. You don't even allow people to talk sometimes and start cursing at them as soon as they open their fucking mic.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm lying, and that's basically it.
And this is it. A lot of times, a lot of people come off mic, and as soon as somebody come up on stage, they automatically assume they know what's gonna be said, and they fucking go to fuck off. That is the fucking movement in this.
You got the man vanity of all
Hey, y'all be slapping race in the, see,
but guess what? Some people in this room feel they should be protected to be able to do that. So it's okay when somebody come up on stage to just say, shut the fuck up, I'm about to tell you to say. That's okay.
No, man.
You can't have fucking dialogue with other people. You maybe attack them after they say the dumb shit. I understand where you're coming from only because you're Puerto Rican and that female may be Puerto Rican. Sometimes I may walk into a room and hear a black person say something and they're in a sea of white folks and I might fucking jump up and be wrong as fuck only because I see me. And maybe you happen to be wrong this time.
Once again, I be wanting to drag some people, and it's not allowed. I'm gonna stay on that. And I can bring plenty of people in here that agree.
I can get that out too. Okay, you being wrong this time now. If you got it,
Baby, I'm not wrong, because I know plenty of people that agree with what I'm saying, love. So I'm not
but
wrong.
guess what?
And Sakiana, you're gonna lose your voice. Come on.
But I'm not gonna do this with.
Like, I'm sitting down. When I'm sitting down, that means my voice is not even at 50. I just have a big throat.
You gotta get at 50 because they already
Like, when I stand up, that's when I'm at 100. When I'm cursing, that's when I'm at 100. Like, I'm fine.
Real quick, because I've been trying to get in here.
But guess what? Y'all grown ass adults, if there's an issue, then guess what needs to happen? A talk live. How many other times have I talked live? Y'all ain't never. The only time I went on. We still straight. I don't fucking sit around here and look for issues with people. And if I do have an issue with a person, I fucking address that person. I've had an issue with Lady before. Guess what happened? I called her. The lady has had many issues with me because I always fucking cuss and yell. And guess what she does? In the middle of me yelling, she fucking texts me and be like, chill the fuck out, Patty. Calm down, breathe for 10 seconds, do something. You don't come on stage and say, Patty, shut the fuck up, why are you yelling? Y'all, if there's an issue, that conversation needs to be asked. A lot of y'all talk behind these fucking back channels, and not none now nigga on this motherfucker. Maybe one. Not none now. The rest of y'all can say that I sat here and talked dirty, filthy, nasty about y'all. Ever. But guess what? Obviously something will. So now figure it out between whoever's having these issues.
But nobody want to speak about it. Just like yesterday. You always got to take the fucking real motherfucker to speak about it. Because everybody wants to be all that shit.
MJ, where are you from?
Real.
Hold on, I go to your ass. What's going on?
What's going on?
Somebody asked me to do your question, I don't know why.
As soon as
What's going on?
Nonsense. I have no idea, for real.
Dr. AG, what was going on was, obviously I was with you guys over there on the other room. I was listening to what was going on this side. So Betty, some Puerto Rican chick, I don't know her. I've heard her the first time speaking on 420. She was in here. She was speaking on Puerto Rico and yada, 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 whatever she wants to talk about Puerto Rico. She probably still wants to talk about Puerto Rico because she wants to fucking live in Puerto Rico and she can. So that's why she's going so hard for Puerto Rico. There was a back and forth with her and a bunch of other people on the stage, right? Then it was mentioned that you're saying this conversation around black people or black space, whatever was said multiple times. So I came into the room and I said, hold on. So we can't speak about white people, or white people can never be in the hot seat, but this young lady's in the hot seat and everybody's okay with it and nobody's doing everything. Everybody's with their emojis. So I know people are by their phone. Their emojis don't work unless you touch them. So once again, I know people are there, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So now people are like, I'm lying, that we can speak about white people here, that we can speak about race here, that what I'm saying is a lie. It's not true. It's just, I'm fabricating a story.
So the person was talking about Puerto Rico?
Correct.
I was leaving out very valuable context.
So if you could put it, because I didn't take notes, love.
Okay, so one thing I'm gonna say, I do believe y'all, right? But you guys gotta take into consideration, just like I said, if you were black, you go into a room and it's a sea of white people and somebody black is going back and forth with all of them.
Guys, I'm leaving out everything because I have ADHD and I don't remember everything. So I'm okay with you guys.
I don't understand.
So I'm okay with you guys saying what happened. Like, what's going on? Oh, she's leaving out everything. I didn't fucking take notes.
Let me get the reason.
This shit is weird.
Can you let Kiana explain to Nancy?
It all started with this one troll wise came in talking about fuck Trump, fuck Kamala, the Republicans and the Democrats are the same, they wing from the same bird.
Yep.
Then Betty came off mute and said, I agree with him because of what's going on in Puerto Rico and the legislation that's being passed there, and the gringos are coming and taking up all our land and displacing people. And she kept saying, Mel, to your point, while it wasn't a conversation about race, she kept centering her identity and saying, as an Afro-Indigenous person, as an Afro-Latina, as Afro-Indigenous, and we said, it's hella niggas in this room. It's Negroes in here. It's Caribbeans in here. It's black people in here. And you're complaining about the whites to a group of POC. So what would you like for us to do? That's where the debate and the argument really came.
Okay, so MJ did not give the recap.
I got the great. Hold on, MJ. I want to hear I want to hear Ken speak.
Kind of like her critiques of what is and what is not radical as it relates to organize, like mobilization, mass mobilization. Are things like no kings helpful or are they not? And so from her perspective, and I think that's why she kept mentioning her identity, is because she's facing a certain set of circumstances that have nothing to do with what No Kings is about necessarily, or harm reduction, or holding the fort on the rights that we won. And so I think people took offense to that, that she had that critique as if black people didn't, weren't radical, right? But it was about nothing. It was much to do about nothing, in my opinion. It didn't have to go as far as it did.
And she tried to blame Obama for the legislation that was passed in Puerto Rico.
Right.
And your mama had to break down that it's 3 branches of government, and that wasn't even when the Dems were in charge. So again, she could never articulate her original agreement with the troll talking about the Republicans and the Democrats were birds of the same bird, and that they were exactly
Right.
That's also
And that's when I started, hold on, that's when I started to explain to her that Republicans were in the Senate at that point, and they had literally slapped the bill further to what I said. So that's when we started to have the discussion with her. She then took back what we said, completely mooted what we said, and went back to, well, I get what you're saying, however, it doesn't matter. She literally went back and started talking about, but I still can't get back on my island. And that is where we were like, but you literally you're literally being dismissive of what we're trying to say. And that was where it started to get ugly. So Kim jumped in and started saying, but you're being dismissive. You're not understanding what we're saying. And it's not fair that you're being dismissive of what we're trying to tell you. I'll let Kim speak for that part of it.
I think that it wasn't quite so gentle, but
It was. We were not being nasty to her. Come on, don't do that. We were not being nasty to her. We were not being nasty to her. Don't do that.
If somebody else wants to speak, Kate, you've already spoke, you've already said your part.
But let her clarify.
But here's the thing, 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 here's the thing. At the end of the day, it was a dialogue between several different people. No, it was not chummy chummy, it was not tea and biscuits. No. But at the end of the day, was people cussing at each other or calling out each other's name? None of that. So when you say that, I'm automatically hearing, oh, it got dirty, it got down and gutter, and it did not. That's what I want to clarify.
right. And I think that people who are theoretically on the same side to a certain degree, because what she was saying is true though, about Puerto Rico and it's not really mattering who's in office. Right. This is not going to save Hawaii or Puerto Rico and what they're going through necessarily. Nobody's running on that. And politicians have to, they capitulate to their donors who may have projects they want to, complete or initial start in these areas. We know that it's happening, right? So like that was the point. I just think that of course she was defensive as well because it was like, well, as a black person, or are you trying to tell me as a black person or a Negro or descendant of slavery that we don't experience? And she was talking about her current lived experience, and I just think that people were talking past each other, but it wasn't nice. It wasn't it wasn't no curse out because like in general, I mean I would curse motherfucker out on this thing down there, but it wasn't that. But it was more like you're insulting our intelligence, or maybe you're not intelligent enough to understand the system. So there were jabs. It just wasn't It don't have to be bitch. You don't have to call a person a bitch to insult them.
So I did mention that it might be best that because she said go to all white spaces, that she would go to an all white space because there are kids there, and those are the people she has to beef with, and she can get some advocates. Um, Betty goes to every room with the same mindset of like making everyone aware of what's going on in Puerto Rico, and then we're be having a political conversation, and she flips the whole thing over just to Puerto Rico, and then she says she's an anarchist. It's like it's not just this room that she does that in. It's like in almost every space she goes to, even if we're not talking about politics itself. It flips over to Puerto Rico. So I don't know if anybody else had the same experience, because that's something that she's like tried and true to make, to free the island. That's just my experience with her.
I did not have a problem. Yeah, I did not have a problem with her bringing up Puerto Rico. When I first saw her PTR, I was actually very receptive at first because I'm also an anti-fascist. I think what made me unable to really engage with her in a way that would bring peace was I really felt like she had a very condescending way of speaking to people about what was happening, because I know I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, you all don't know how the system works. And I think that is, a real stretch to say to people who don't know. The other challenge that I had was I also come from a very similar background to her, and my husband has the same demographic breakdown as she does. And I happen to know that her opinion, and which she's entitled to, is not a popular opinion in to speak more about the acts that were being passed. And finally, I think that a lot of people's teeth were set on edge with the both the Democrats and the Republicans are the same thing, and she did say that repeatedly. And that is a talking point that a lot of very harmful people like to bring to different rooms. And so I think, it's just my opinion, she kept doing that, it really set people off, particularly because most black people, when they vote, do vote for the Democrats. And the idea that, somehow black people are the problem or a big part of the problem in Puerto Rico, it is really, it's not accurate, it's not right, and, it's low-key disrespectful. So that's just my take on it.
And that's why I asked her if she lives in Puerto Rico today, because saying that the Democrats and the Republicans are the exact same when we have history of Trump playing in Puerto Rico's faces did not make any sense to me. She really came in this room to sow discord. And even when we had conversations about legislation, I asked her, I said, so what is the solution then? What do you want us to do to help Puerto Rico? I said, do you vote in your local election? Are you voting for somebody who gives a fuck about Puerto Rico and who will bring legislation to Congress or the Senate or before the president to fix whatever's wrong? She had no answer. She just kept going back to her identity, trying to bring race into it when you're in a room with POC. It didn't make any sense, and she came in here to sow discord.
Do you know why she led with being Afro Latina?
I don't know if it relatable to us because she think everybody black. But I'm curious.
She didn't know
Being Afro Latina, she adopted Afro Latina halfway into the conversation.
Hello. Hello.
Why would anybody lead with that in the conversation? I don't fucking walk into a room and say, hey, y'all are black, and then start talking.
Yeah, no, you said politics. I just asked a question and I was going to
You
answer.
ain't answer. Anybody had an answer here? Is somebody in her brain and can answer the fucking question?
I wouldn't even go to my favorite Congress and say I'm geeky. I just think.
No. Love. I wasn't. Hello.
Did somebody ask her? Did somebody in this room ask her?
Nobody
God,
even put
please
it in.
ask what she had to fucking ask her. Did somebody ask her?
Hello?
You just fucking crashed out. Y'all got this crashed out shit on your motherfucking PTR.
Crash.
Somebody fucking answer me. You know the answers in her fucking brain.
Hello.
Did somebody answer? I'm with you, Auntie Patty. Go ahead now.
Fucking tired of these people.
Go ahead, Auntie Patty.
Y'all got me?
The truth is, I had the best response.
MJ, hold on, because I wasn't asking. MJ, hold on, please, because I wasn't asking a question. The reason that she kept mentioning that she was Afro Latina is because why? Because that's what would have been asked. Are you black as Puerto Rican or are you white Puerto Rican? That's why she kept mentioning it. That's what I was not asking for anybody to answer the question. MJ, you can go. MJ, you can go. So are we gonna pretend that they don't do that on this app? Are we like what's going on right now? Let me know if everybody has. Let me know if we're gonna have our real card out or our fake card or our acting card. What is going on?
Listen, I'm talking to you kindly. Mel, let's.
You're the first one to say that they question your blackness, but you are telling me how to think and feel. That's why she kept going mentioning that.
I'm not listening. Listen to me. I'm calmly talking to you, and I'm not asking you how to think and feel. But you are making.
We're not being genuine.
No, I am being genuine, babe. I'm saying to you, if you come into a group and you lead with that, and you're leading with that assumption that people are going to automatically ask you that, then that's a you problem. You can't make else.
You guys do this shit to me. What are we fucking talking about right now?
You sound like
What are we fucking talking about right now? Now I'm fucking yelling. What are we talking about? Because you guys want to lie. I'm like fucking dumb.
So I think one of the issues is that is something that happens on the app all the time. When people start talking.
And in this room.
Black. Are you black? Are you black? So I don't.
How dark are you? How black are you? What is your percent? What's your
To say so that's a little dishonest. And we all know that people who go around the app and have political conversations or racial conversations or whatever, that there are certain presumptions that people make and how they approach the conversation. And sometimes in the conversation, you can bring people back from that, and allow them to realize that the room that they are in operates under different conditions, right? Like that's not how we do it or whatever. But people do. They come off of whatever their past experiences are. And the racial question is always one that is fraught, and at the same time it's a space that is ripe for virulent disagreement. So I don't know. I wasn't here.
Wait,
I wasn't here for the conversation, so I can't. 1 second.
I'm sorry, Dr.
That's okay. I wasn't here for the conversation, so I can't speak on, the details of it. But I will say that it's a little unfair to say that people don't get that.
She said you guys don't know what's going on with my people.
The only person that actually really knows what was going on yesterday, maybe Kimberly and whoever else got these goddamn crash cams.
Oh, the crash cam is just okay.
Check this out. Check this out. You know what's funny about this whole conversation now that we talk about race and then trying to fucking identify that when I said something about it yesterday, it was like it's not always you can't be in your feelings about it, Patty. You can't let people gatekeep. You can't get upset about it if you feel like they gatekeeping or they trying to keep you out of the black conversation. Like, so now all of a sudden it's okay for Puerto Rican. What's going on here?
What's going on here? Her people.
Patty was told to fucking calm down.
The girl.
So what's going on here?
Okay, y'all having a different conversation.
What's going on here?
Yeah, what happened yesterday?
Right at Puerto Ricans too. They don't need to be worried.
What happened yesterday?
Not talking about that damn race.
So yesterday, when I said something, I said, yeah, now I can come off mic because I was with somebody and we was eating lunch. And I said something about, like, I'm black. But there's an issue whenever somebody realizes I may be biracial, and then it's like, oh, now we black gatekeeping.
That's the two that you
And then
figured
that's
out.
what
Patty, is that an issue with
That's
people?
what was said to Patty by people who are fucking crazy.
And that's why I love my vibration. Shout out to Pat.
That's what was said to Patty.
Well, wait, hold on, Patty.
No, shut the fuck up.
Hold on, Patty. Well,
Here's
anybody
the thing.
said she was Afro Latina.
Here's the thing.
See this. Guess what? I don't give a fuck if you're black, Puerto Rican, or fucking Asian. It's just a fucking space. Nobody has said, and I know for me, because I cut fuckers out on a daily. I have just been calm the last week. But y'all motherfuckers are taking me there. Okay?
So just point of correction. Because you said something about the people with the crash cam.
I mean, honestly, you got AJ, you are the only one that's probably disrespectful on the stage because people shit. Half the time, most of these motherfuckers are you. Me and you the only one that fucking say something when people fucking act up. Now, Lady may come in and try to correct both of us because we going too far. Just to keep the conversation going. But I know me and you is the only one trying to address fucking comments when shit is being said. Now, I don't know what the fuck is going on for real, and I really don't give a fuck at this point because I don't do messy shit. But if there's an issue, that issue needs to be fixed behind closed doors. Motherfuckers be texting each other behind each other back, and then other people tell somebody that this person said something. Guess what? Anytime I get those messages, Patty always be like, I don't care. Y'all had a conversation. Y'all have never heard me say shit. Ain't nobody on this motherfucker can fucking PTR a fucking conversation of it. I don't care. Y'all need to talk to that person.
Hey, man, shout out to Black Love, though. Hey,
personal. I think this is more personal. And Mel, if you got a problem with me, I think it is. And you don't think it is. And if you got a problem with me, just
do this right.
This is crazy. People jumping in the car that they don't even have no business in the car. That's crazy.
But guess what? Okay, you could say it's not Patty, but I honestly, I'm the one that started this house. I was the one that y'all fucking brought around saying, hey, come into the room and start this room. I brought some of y'all with me. So if I'm bringing you with me and I'm telling you now, you can have a problem with Malak. Let's say you do. You can have a problem with Lady. You can have a problem with Dr. AG. But guess what? In the end, I'm the one that this fucking room's name, this house name is under. So when you got a problem with one person, you can have that conversation with that person. But guess who's the fucking culprit in the end? I am. So obviously, something was a problem. Talk to fucking me. I will talk to the person because y'all obviously can't talk to each other. What y'all do is talk about each other behind each other back. And y'all are over 30 years old. Y'all are not little kids. Y'all are grown ass people.
I would love to have a conversation. I just don't. And I honestly, if you don't know what's going on,
Me and you talk. When you have a problem, me and you talk in the back channels. We do. You have never texted me nothing to be disrespectful about the other vibe. But everybody else has. So I'm not talking to you, Just. What's going on? You have always came to me. I could read, I could PTR our back channels.
I think this is a conversation.
But me and you don't have me. You have never came to me. Like if you did come to me sideways, we had the conversation behind closed doors. Now, I'm talking about everybody else. I don't know what you may be doing with Womack. I don't know what you may be doing with fucking Mel. I don't know what you may be doing with Lady, because I ain't in y'all back channels. I don't want to be in it. But I know that there's a lot of it going on only because it comes back to me.
Talk your shit, Patty. What is shit, bro? Talk your shit, gang. Bro, and this one I think it should be like a pride because you're gonna have people that keep on coming on like that, have no idea what's going on, and that's irritating. So like, I think like we had a conversation with the people that understand.
Exactly, that's what I said. If there's a fucking problem, this should have been done behind closed doors. If it's not Patty, you can say it's not Patty, it is Patty because it's Patty's fucking house. Now I'm gonna say it's Patty's house. Yes, the idea was for y'all to make it work, but obviously it ain't.
Yeah, I want to have a conversation because y'all know what my condition is, and I'm having an issue holding. So if we can have I don't know, let's talk about it.
It ain't even you.
I want to know what's going on.
The problem me and you have is we may open our mouth.
Too much.
Too much. A little, but when we made aware of that, we do, right? And then go after the person after. It's not that. It's something else going on behind the scenes. And it ain't got shit to do with you. And I really don't want you to get involved in that shit. That's the conversation that they need to have.
I think Dr. AG may have things to say too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's just go now. Can we go now?
Yeah, I'm gonna just open the private room.
Hash it out.
Bring me in.
Who said ping me?
That wasn't me. I'm sorry.
Don't ever say it.
Messy.
Celia should have a saying, man. We're talking about the lady, but we talking about real life. In my real life, I've never been around friends that do this crazy shit. Maybe when I was in high school.
No kings.
That was 50 years ago, Patty.
No, that was 50 years ago when I was in high school. So,
Right. You know what's crazy? I got the same friend I'm in Atlanta, and I just got here. The girls that I told y'all, this was my first, one of the girls that come over here every Sunday was my first hairdresser when I first fucking joined the military. She still do hair. She got a couple salons here. That's how long I keep friends. I Like, I keep my friends. You know why? Because I don't fucking do the gossipy ass bullshit. Every one of y'all know that. Every one of y'all. Just you know that. Mel, you know that. Womack, you know that. I don't do the messy shit. And I don't allow people to do messy shit around me. I done got in an argument with all y'all one day over another person that ain't got shit to do with this room because I didn't want to hear it. All of y'all. Because I don't do messy shit. I'm too old for that shit. And I damn sure ain't gonna do no messy shit with a bunch of internet fucking personalities. There's only a couple of these internet niggas that I know outside of this. And it ain't y'all that I'm modding with.
Zeros and ones, bits and bytes. That's all it is.
But we all grew up different. My mama don't allow that shit. If I would have said something crazy in her house, she would have fucking twisted my lips. And took me to the girl's house.
I'm gonna just say this, and I mean it. I'm saving a special crash out of mine for one person, and that is your mama. You're going to get my girls. You're gonna catch these verbal hands. And Kiana, she gonna get it too. I gotta pick one boy.
Very tag Ray. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
You already got one boy, Ray. I'm gonna be the nigga that you ain't gonna fight and you ain't gonna fuck with. You understand me, young man?
Why am I in it?
What country is that accent?
Nobody scared of your ass.
I don't know how you got in it, Kiana.
The ragweed is at like 100 right now.
Well, then maybe you need Benadryl.
What?
Ray, I think you should save your crash out for MJ.
No.
He looks like a thug.
Fight
So
that man
I'm going
bun.
to-
He said fight that man bun. Fight that man.
And use a neti pot.
My wife thinks it's cute.
What?
It's an insider, brother.
I saw all those little cute little cows. I thought they were cute, so that made me one.
Oh shit.
It really is.
So are we gonna go back to this topic about No King's Day? I've been waiting for this since I got in here.
Yeah, I got some people that's out there, man. In New York.
We successfully completed ours here in the great state of North Carolina. All safe, no one's been injured or arrested. It's been peaceful. And I know at least some of them was hydrated since I donated water.
Period. Look at you doing your part. So you weren't able to get out there, huh?
Hell no. What the hell?
No.
Oh, you donated the water. Okay.
I donated water.
Well, North Carolina, they have something going on.
Did you bring anything from Costco to the rally?
I knew you were going towards Boston
Stay right home.
at a speed of a light. And I'm not trying to get caught up. I'm trying to slow it down or try to stop it any way I can help.
I got a question for the real politicals. Is there any way, I'm probably gonna ask ChatGPT, especially when I go back. Is there any way that after this voting rights is vetted by the Supreme Court, that the states with majority Democrat governors, Democrat legislation and everything, that they can win back enough seats to make up for most of the votes when they do that?
Well, it's only gonna impact those states that had that special accommodation, right? I forget what it's called, where they can't change the voting laws. Government oversight, doesn't this just impact those
Like,
Clarence was,
they did that.
Right,
They did that what, a couple of years ago?
don't get me older.
Yeah, that's gone. No, this is.
oh, wow.
Section 2, Section 5.
Yeah, this is section 2, so this applies to everyone, and it's more insidious because now, you know, they don't have to go based off of intent. Section 2 is not about intent; it's about using results to be able to determine or to be able to get at discrimination. And so, you don't have to have a smoking gun in order to make the case that something is sort of racially motivated in terms of, how how it's configured. But it looks like they're going to get rid of that, which means that you would have to have somebody to say we're looking to do this because we want to depress the black vote. So since that anything is is going to be okay, which would effectively nullify this voting rights act.
It was like discriminated against you, but I didn't mean to. That's basically what you mean.
They gonna say I didn't mean to. They gonna say I discriminated against you because I'm white and I'm proud. So shut the fuck up.
Eventually it'll be that, and it won't matter. But they're pretending, right? And it doesn't even seem like the justices are even pretending to be impartial.
So the grand implication does that mean like we lose most of, if not all of, black representation, and like is that what happened in Congress?
In the South, yeah, in the South.
Yeah.
In the South.
So can the states? Then my next question would be the states that are majority Democratic, if they're going to take the step that I think Gavin Newsom was mentioning to just do the same thing in reverse, is it going to balance out with the numbers?
Maybe. I think people assume that some blue states would redraw congressional districts to, lessen the power of some, really impactful black districts. I mean, anybody could do anything at that point, right?
I don't think it's the right question, MJ. What about the Negroes in North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana that will not have
South Carolina, we only have one.
Exactly. It's not going to matter. The question, yes, exactly, Jay. It's not about the question, can you make up the numbers in blue states? It's about the people who will not have anybody representing them in the United States Congress. It's going to be functioning like it was post-Reconstruction.
It's the rise of the Dixiecrats all over again. That is what it is.
Yeah, I'm talking about what we go ahead and talk about.
You understand. Those are two different questions, though. The question about voting rights is different from the question about redistricting to influence the numbers in the United States House of Representatives, U.S. House of Representatives. That's a different question because it won't matter when the representation for people in Orangeburg, South Carolina, will not have anybody in the United States Congress representing their interests and their needs.
I mean, we have two gubernatorial candidates that are committing to redrawing the line to actually get rid of Clyburn's district. Who do we have left? That's it. That's it. There's no one left in the entire state. And if they do to him what they did to Jasmine Crockett, it's a wrap. And we have two people running for governor that are committed to doing that. It's it.
Yeah, I think it lends to the argument that our enfranchisement
interesting that people do still think that it doesn't matter. I mean, because I guess, yeah, things that impact them materially don't change, but they've been working diligently to disenfranchise us. And you know, they got it.
The thing that, and I take a lot of heat from my stance. Won't go down that road, but the thing that's most terrifying is how far. Let me say it this way: how far behind we are from an informational and educational stance, and how quickly that huge gap needs to be made up, and how I have yet to see any kind of push to make that up, any kind of strategy, any kind of push to make up that huge monolith. I mean, there's a whole generation that is in that hole, a whole generation. And it goes from taking civics out of high school. I mean, we talk about it in this room all the time. Grown adults have no clue of how government actually works. And they come in this room on 10, screaming, pissed, and jump on stage and attack people. We see it every day over the past year. And have no idea how government works. Completely clueless. So that big monolith Grand Canyon sized gap between being disingenuous, informationally inept, and woefully undereducated, but with a size 37 opinion and what that does is when they come in with that heat, and there are maybe a few people that try to educate them, and then they go to windmilling in the breeze. What do we normally do? I'm not saying we're wrong, but I will tell you, I will fall back and I say here, y'all know what I've been saying for the whole year. My moniker for 2025 is let these niggas drown. So I mean, I'm not saying it's productive. I'm not saying it's the right way, but I'm at that point of past irritation because they willingly want to drown. So I don't know how we fix it, but that's my irritation. That's my.
I think what we should be, what we should be really concerned about and prepared for is, I mean, this is going to, they're going to rule in Calais' favor, but we're now on the path, like fully on the path to all race-conscious remedies for historic discrimination to be invalidated, to be challenged and undone. Section 2 is just one thing, Fair Housing Act, next, Civil Rights 1964, next. I mean, it's all about to come down.
This is why I was so annoyed with the lady who left earlier, Betty, because it seemed like I can't any longer hear that all of them are the same. I can't hear it no more. I'm sorry. Too many people don't have jobs right now. Too many people are worried about whether they're going to have access to Medicaid and SNAP benefits and WIC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she came to lecture us, and it's not just about her. She is just a prototype that was in this room today. Too many people just come to lecture us about what's wrong with the system. We know the system fucked up. No one is disagreeing. But to pretend today that we aren't worried about putting food on your table is just ridiculous. And I'm tired. I'm really tired. And also, quite honestly, I didn't know she was Afro anything. So I'm just saying that, because she didn't. I mean, we're not
argument about one person, but when she was repeatedly saying, my people, you guys don't appreciate what's happening to my people with regard to my people. And we're like, wait, what? What's going on? So from the beginning, a room full of Negroes was not her in her construction of her people. I mean, that's the only thing about that. You know, I don't really care about that. She was being weird all day in the chat.
Isn't it true though that all of our priorities are just not going to be the same, and so we have to give space for as the big tent, right? This party is the big tent. That's why it's so difficult to get people all on the same page. Don't we have to give space for other minority groups or other people's issues that may not be our priority? No. No. The fucking Democratic Party is BIPOC, but mostly white. But it's still it's a big tent. The Republicans are effective because they don't have to worry about that. Everybody with them is down for the white supremacy and the white domination.
King, you can't come into my house and tell me that you need a place to stay and punch me in my mouth when I open the door. That's the problem. You can't ask me to be included into my party and come in windmilling and punch me in the face and say, but you guys are not understanding. We've been dislocated and we can't, I can't even get back to my country. You can't sit in a room that has a bunch of black people and act like they don't understand your issues with actually not being able to get back to your homeland. That's crazy, King. You can't do that. And that's my issue. You gotta come in. We said, hey, I feel your pain. Let me tell you about my pain. And together we can actually move forward. But you can't come in othering yourself and want a place to sleep.
King, she's not a Democrat. That's the challenge, right? So when you're saying you have to move things because it's a big tent, she already came in saying they're both the same. I want nothing to do with it. So I didn't really see the need to make space for that argument, especially because I think it's an extremely difficult argument. And I see that you wrote that we're not the Democratic Party. I get that. I'm not a Democrat either, but I'm only addressing what King was saying that the Democrats are big tent and you need to make space for everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was delayed because this app is a piece of shit. I was really trying to respond to King. We're not the Democratic Party. We're just a room. We're in a room talking about politics, you know? Like theoretically, sure. But if we are talking about politics and you are saying it's the same and we're like, all of our rights are about to be eviscerated, and you keep reiterating that, and people are explaining it to you, and you keep reiterating that and dismissing it and saying, y'all don't understand, you guys don't understand my thing. I can't go back home. I've been displaced. What? Like, just the
repeated Puerto Rico until later. Honestly, I didn't know what she was talking about.
Well, I don't know if y'all, I'm not sure, and this is not about that person, right? I know that where I live, there are a lot of Palestinian refugees, and I've been to the mosque several times. There are mosques, and I've been there when people have found out that their whole families was blown up. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't expect for their priority.
And we don't support that.
But I know that, but that's nothing to say. I'm trying to say that if they want to make a statement, they feel like Joe Biden should have been more proactive about the war and the children. I can't tell them. I can't say shit to that because it's not my relatives dying actively every day. Like, I'm not impacted by nothing these people are saying directly.
Oh, right. The only thing I see about that, I mean, this is bull. They're not you.
Okay, then we
have to take on. Okay, I can. And first of all, people have repeatedly said in this room, we are not pro-colonial.
colonialism. What has happened to your people is horrible. That is horrible. But when we are talking about, hey, this is why we feel the way we feel, and you repeatedly minimize and negate that, and then invoke struggles that our people have also experienced, she was trying to assert authority by claiming struggle that we have also experienced. But we respond a different way. And the argument is her response is the valid one, her response is the righteous one, and our response is the silly, frivolous one. And that does piss me off. And that is what is making a lot of black people become much more insular.
But nobody said that, and she didn't even say that. She said she understood. It's just her priority.
And
I don't get.
I'm sorry.
This whole "we not gonna BIPOC" is the biggest piece of bullshit that I hear on this app all the fucking time.
Bullshit it up so ass if they would
It is total nonsense. We are going to BIPOC. Hold on. We got the enemy on our back. Hold on, no. This is a part of the conversation. I'm sorry, Johnny's relax. We are going to BIPOC to get these motherfuckers up out of power. Oh, we gonna BIPOC. We gonna get white people. We gonna do everything that's necessary. We're gonna do every single motherfucking thing that is necessary to get these crackers up off our back. Are you playing? They don't fuck with us. It don't matter if they don't fuck with us. That's not
I don't think that that's accurate. And I also, again, the example of our predecessors, when you talk about, say, Chairman Fred, who was murdered, right? He was a threat to the system, but he was a threat to the system.
Do you understand
We don't have to learn from what we've seen work and not work as it relates to how we make impact incremental change in this country. It ain't never been because we ourselves gotten all together, because we all ourselves don't get together. That's never been the case.
Okay. Can I just say, I'm just going to use an example. I want to use an example, right? When we were having this conversation, about 15 minutes ago, regarding the Voting Rights Act, MJ's inclination was to say, what are the Democrats going to do to make sure that we can gain control of the House or the Senate or whatever? And your mama was like, wait, what are black people in the South, where the majority of Negroes live, going to do about the fact that one of the fundamental rights of citizenship has been stripped from them? So there's something that gets activated because our instincts about priorities aren't the same. And when you recognize that, like, the Negro gets the last, I don't know, the last piece of chicken or whatever. Sorry, it's racially, whatever. But the Negro is always put at the back of the line with regard Kimberly, I need you to go switch when you say
Hold on. Are you saying that black people, the Negro, are not concerned with how this party's going to reformulate itself?
That's not even remotely what I just said, and it indicates to me something's going wrong. Something's going wrong with the auditory process at MJ. You gotta get that.
Some ADOS weird shit just now and pretend like he's saying that if we're going to...
MJ, something, you really need a break, MJ. You need a break.
I don't need a break.
You do. No, you didn't hear. He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Okay.
So you can read it. Season 1. Season 1, you can read it, because you're not hearing correctly. Maybe you didn't read it.
I heard that my agenda was different than hers as a black
Once again, no, you didn't.
That's what I heard.
He didn't say. You got wet here, brother.
Maybe I heard. I'm looking for Q-tips. Maybe I heard.
You heard wrong. She didn't say that, brother.
Okay. Let me get the Q-tips.
Politically confused. That's exactly what it felt like.
with Ray. And Ray gonna tell y'all
Ray, go on. Ray, shut up.
Go get a community clarifier for March 2026.
Don't put Q-tips in your ear, you're gonna damage your eardrum.
What's going on in it? No, honestly, I tried to facilitate. I don't know how good of a job I did. I tried.
Malak. I don't understand how we went backwards in this room, but now we back to square one.
It's Clubhouse, that's what you do, you go backwards.
Because I took a break and came back and still had the same heat. That's all.
Well, I mean, yeah, and then we had G and Clinton come on and say whatever the black people need to be drowned or something.
You really forgot about me on this app, though? You really forgot about me? That's crazy.
Save it for
That's
the next
somebody.
one, sis. Save it for the
I
next
saw by, I gotta say, Randy, I got some coupons to Cold Stone Creamery if you wanna go out for ice cream. They
If
talking
you
about
don't shut your
You don't drink some water and get it.
It's congested yourself.
yeah, but to be clear, so there are black academics who talk
Boy,
about
I know you better take care of your
a long time ago.
You're fine in the background. Take care.
Hey, mute up.
Brother always take care of you. Don't get confused.
And Bruce, are you okay?
I'm concerned about the future, that's all.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Didn't have a child, or adopt one, or import one. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Then take care of yours. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Priscilla, I'm joking. I don't have this one. So there is a political scientist by the name of Catherine Tate who wrote about this, and it's Black Faces in the Mirror. It was written about in I think like 2005 or 2006. But she talks about sort of the strength of the black vote and specifically about black representation, and the types of leaders in specific types of racially in racial voting districts. She got a lot to say about it. It was controversial at the time because she was saying that having all black voting districts, and having black politicians didn't necessarily yield some of the things that people expected. Doesn't mean that she's not supporting this, but there are black thinkers who have been talking about these types of realities for a while, and so that's the one resource to look at and to think about. And so she also talks about the types of political engagement that would be necessary in sort of these more sort of, I'm not gonna say racially diverse because it depends on how they gerrymander the districts to see how many black people would be in the district. But this is about diluting the black voice. In other books, she's talked about how sort of black political incorporation has meant sort of has had an effect of sort of
A dampening effect on radical.
Yeah, absolutely, right. It's become less liberal, more moderate over time, and so this definitely has the effect of trying to weaken not just black political power, right, but also right the political ideology. So when MJ talks about we're gonna BIPOC our way out of this, yeah, okay. And that also may mean the death of a lot of things that black people have been striving for because other people don't have the same interests. So that may be the death of black politics.
Oh, for sure, black politics. The other thing about, I have to say, King, you did 100s on Brother. The other thing that is interesting about Tate's work in Black Faces in the Mirror is that is where she articulates that based on her research, the people that black constituencies vote in often vote more left than their constituents. That the constituents are expressing more conservative views than the people that like symbolic representation inspires more investment, right? We are already so alienated from these systems. We're so alienated from electoral politics. What happens when there's no black people in Congress? Like, how do people feel about our government when we say, oh, that's just white people's thing, or that's what the whites and Latinos thing, you know? Like, that is worrisome to me.
Yeah, so, Kimberly, look, it's nothing personal. I align ideologically with most of the people on this stage. We ain't got to agree with every single word come out of each other's mouth. We don't have the same experience. We don't have the same academic knowledge, right? Some of us are more versed than others. And I don't expect for everybody to agree with every fucking thing that comes out of my mouth. But what I'm saying for brother is I'm interested in the why. Like, I understand the observation. It's the why for me, and what are the alternatives presented now that we've made this observation in a representative democracy where we're minorities. Like, what do we do? What's the plan then? That's what I never hear, right? Because I may agree and say, yeah, you're spot on, but again, first of all, we don't all agree on, again, our priorities. I'm talking about just black people. They never have agreed on the number one priority or how to get there, right? All of the critiques, there have been no new ideas presented in this room. This same shit that we've been talking about, motherfuckers been talking about, they were talking about the same shit in the 60s. They were talking about the same shit after Reconstruction. Like, people have been trying to figure out how to gain a power position in this country. I haven't heard of anyone who's actually come up with a strategy that will work. I mean, are we moving like Charles Blow suggested? We gotta all move back to the South.
We don't have any representation.
Take over a state.
We're not have any representation.
That means you're gonna have to that's what that.
I mean, what do you do on your free time? I guess, to me,
you don't gotta do that. I don't do that shit to you, Kimberly. Stop it.
I mean, you just asked it.
You, brother, you presented the research, and I'm asking you, where's the why presented? Why is it that we find ourselves having to be a part of these bigger groups in this big tent bullshit, and have always had to compromise? Why? Why is that? And what is the alternative? That's what I'm asking you. That's it. You know what you're saying? I think it's valid. I'm just asking for more. I'm asking for more because I have not read that work. Maybe I will. But, okay, I will. Thanks. I will. Thanks for that. Nothing.
I mean, you came in here and said I'm not providing solutions. I've been having
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Reconstruction. Read the work. Familiarize
That's
yourself.
not what I said. That's not what I said. And people, you know, like, we can agree to misunderstand, and we can be committed to misunderstanding. That's not what I said. That was not anywhere where I was coming from. But if that's what you received, my bad. That wasn't what I was trying to engage with you on. But
okay.
I'm done. Y'all have it.
To be fair, King, I don't think the room had even engaged in a conversation about solutions. I think what we have been talking about is it stems from this earlier conversation around, and it moved into the frustrations into what is happening. I don't think anybody said, here's the solution happening, because the space isn't doing that. The space isn't an organizing space, at least not from my perspective. And if you want to get solutions, you got to get in organizing spaces where they're focusing on those things.
Right. I was talking about the specific observation made in the work that brother cited, and the fact that we've all heard all of these observations. We've all heard of, like, these are nothing we have said today. It's nothing new. All of these same observations have been made every generation. And so my question was, do they even cover, like, what are the alternatives? I'm not asking people what the solution is. I know we ain't got the solution because don't nobody got the solution, right? This is imperfect shit for imperfect people. And we keep going over the same goddamn arguments every fucking generation. Nobody's figured out the silver bullet. Okay, fine. I don't expect that from people, random people on the internet. I don't. Okay? I'm asking about the work, and if you want to share, if you don't want to share, that's good. I'm coming to people in good faith, and I think that's the only way this shit works, is to assume other people's good intentions and willingness to understand or at least engage, or else we, motherfuckers end up crashing out like they do, or piling on, which they do. And,
We crash out and pile on because this is Clubhouse where all of us are funny looking, our brains need scanned, and as a emotional, violent negress, that's why we crash out.
Agree. If I had gotten the invitation to the symposium, I'd probably approach it differently, but it didn't get.
Yeah, I'm here to learn. I expect that the people that I'm engaging with have more information than I do, of course, because we all have our area of expertise. And I'm honestly trying to hear what people have to say. Again, regardless of whether I agree with it 100% or not, like, I don't expect that out of anybody. Offline, online, nothing. But, hey, like, that's just me. I take the shit just slightly seriously because I'm actually trying to problem solve as well, right? These are things that we're supposed to be thinking about seriously.
I mean, respectfully, I gave a resource that I thought might be interesting to sort of further, dialogue, or to further, people are interested in the topic. You did two things. One, you said, what's the why, so what? And then tell me about, we've already had these conversations, this has been happening forever, and then, I expect you to tell me what you wrote. So, in some ways,
what was her remedy? Is that not a great question to ask? Is that a really Is that not a question to ask? Is that not a legitimate question to ask?
You're asking conflicting things. You're doing conflicting things. One, you're saying we've already had the bullshit conversation for generations. Then you're saying you're not familiar with the information. Then you're asking me to tell you. And then you say you want to learn. Read it.
In general, right, I'm talking about in general.
I was actually talking first, so I'm gonna finish. If you don't want to do the labor, don't do it. If you don't want to read it, don't read it. I wasn't asking you to do anything. I'm not expecting anyone to do anything for me, right? I expect to have a conversation, and in that conversation, there's some people who want to share resources. If I choose to investigate those resources, I will. If not, I'm gonna have the conversation. If I don't want to have the conversation, I'll go back into the queue. I'll go someplace else. I'll do something else, right? But you're sort of you're demanding, you're expecting information. Then you're saying that we already had the conversation. Then we're not organizing. Then we're not doing the thing that you want to do. Move on. Create those. I don't see you creating spaces. The fuck?
Shared speed is obviously.
I'm just saying, we're on a talking app. People say, people just like to hear themselves talk. We're on a talking app. What are we supposed to, maybe I'm just confused.
It's all the people on here asking to do stuff. Why don't you bring your research? Bring your scholarship. Bring what you do off the app to us.
machine to impact change in people's lives.
Where did all the mods go?
Alright, y'all got that. Damn, I thought I made it before. What the fuck?
The mods got.
Was what I said that?
I'm obviously the bottom of the totem pole.
No, Mom, you holding it down for the people.
No, fuck that. Black, mod me number one, number two.
No, don't.
No.
But if you know what's good, you would kick him to the goo.
Now, damn, was what I said that bad? I thought I said some good shit.
You said you was gonna fight me, Ray? You sure you're not related to MJ, Ray?
What's going on, Johnny's? What is
I can fight your mama. I'm not fighting my mama.
What happens if there's no mods? Does the room end?
No, it just it'll give a mod to random person.
He'll give it to Kiana next.
Okay.
But this is what I'm saying, was when I said that, man, I thought that was actually a good idea if everybody brings something to the table and then we use that to form, something more powerful. What y'all think? What was out of line for that?
Not out of line, maybe out of step, but not out of line.
I thought that was a good idea, but I'm full of good ideas that people don't recognize.
I thought that brother was just talking about that to broaden our perspective on the enormity of the loss. I think it's useful.
I think
Shout out to the Scott.
that we know, and I happen to live in a place where I got gerrymandered, and something that unfortunately we have to live with until we can get some victories in statewide elections, and hopefully get a governor that actually governs fair and just for his sons, look out to his people, now just govern for their side and not the entirety of the people.
I have to ask, when people keep saying we know, then why do I have no specifics? I don't have no, I mean, like, okay, many people think that they know more than they do. Why would you ever turn down the opportunity to acquire more information, more knowledge? Why is that not also useful?
I'm not saying I don't.
That's a good question.
I'm not saying I don't turn down more information, more knowledge. I'm saying I know that I live in a place that has been gerrymandered. I know what they've done. I know historically what they've done. I know what they plan on doing. That does not mean I'm declining more information.
When I hear it, it gives like I'm not receptive to hearing anything else because I already know, and you're not gonna tell me nothing that I don't know already. And that's a shame because sometimes they are about to tell you something that you don't know.
Well, no, that's not what I meant by my statement
Yeah,
at all.
it's not you.
But I do think that I'm just saying what I hear when people say it, Ray. I wasn't saying without you.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. But that's why I will sit in here and listen because I know that I don't know everything. And the one thing that I was taught is the day you stop learning is the day you die. And I'm still breathing.
Yeah, how was your room full of shoes today, Ray?
A room full of shoes is good. Me and the twins, we actually went shopping a little bit today. So their room full of shoes is growing.
Okay, love that for you. I just think generally, the arguments are bad because the knowledge is poor. And I think it might be useful for us to not overestimate how much knowledge. I spent a lot of time reading this and I don't know anything. I know a drop in the bucket of what there is to know. So I am always taken aback when, not you, Ray, but generally when there's an approach of we know this already or what use is this?
No, I get it. I get it. And mentioned them slavery, and then he came back and said, well, who sold those slaves to the Europeans? And I was like, well, if there wasn't any market or demand for it, or white people or the Europeans instigating wars and conflicts, it wouldn't have happened. And he still tried to double down on it. So, yeah, that was probably the worst recent one. Season one, I was here. I heard many people making, becoming domestic abuse apologists. I think it was those Moors who were saying, like, if a woman don't act right, you should be able to pop them in the head. Stuff like that. I used to visit people in here all the time.
That was a super long list to choose from in my life. Yeah, the one that comes to mind for me, and I'm sure if I really sit down and think about it, I'll find something worse. But it is, I'm gonna withhold my vote as a power play. Yeah. And, I went like wildfire on this app, and it was the stupidest thing that I've ever heard.
Somebody said.
Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna say who said this, but the argument that the voice wasn't black.
Yeah.
The voice study the voice was not black.
I got one. Suffrage is about suffering.
That was recent. I was in there for that one. I can't remember who said it though.
What about the one? I can't remember it off the top of my head right now, but it has something to do with was it? Is the percentage of the vote? They get it confused. Kimberly, you've been. Oh, Kimberly just left. Oh, I'm trying to think. It's like I can't think of it now. It's like, is it the 1/5 of a vote? Oh, God, I can't think of it now.
They got the Missouri Compromise part. I remember that.
Yeah, they confuse it. They confuse the value of the vote with a value of a slave.
Right. The original thing was you can count because your number of representatives was based on the population size. So they said in slaveholding states, for every 5 slaves, you get 3. It would count as 3 population people to have an extra representative, if that makes sense. But then people were saying that meant one person was 3/5 of a person. Did I get that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but I've heard a lot of dumb shit, and I can go categorically off anything. I've heard dumb sports takes. I've heard dumb religious takes. I've heard dumb geography and takes. I've heard dumb environmental takes. Just
Haven't even gotten into the flat earthers and the anti-vaxxers.
yeah. Oh.
Oh my God. Jewish people are Jews because it says they're Jewish.
Yeah. Oh, the anti-vaxxer stupidest one I heard is this man, like, this was in season 1. He's like, but what about people taking the vaccine and shedding the virus? And I was like, you shed viruses, bacteria, skin cells all the time, but what are you saying? well, what do you think your motherfucking urethra is? Do you think everybody who have caught HIV just has like a Wolverine cut on their dick from like Wolverine?
They don't understand the concept of bodily fluids. Fucking idiots. You can't fix stupid.
I thought this nigga thought you peed from his belly button or something like that. I was like, what are you talking about, bro?
Was anyone here when Trent said it's the combination of the vaccine and Tylenol that gives kids autism?
Yes,
Because they
ma'am.
get the vaccine and then they get a fever, so then they take Tylenol and that 1-2 punch gives them autism.
The Tylenol activates it. That's what it is. So freaking crazy.
And the bad part is, I like Trent. I think Trent is funny. But when he said some of that shit, I was like, what the fuck is you talking about?
I kind of stopped taking Trent seriously when he came out with the egg shit championships, but you know, that's just me.
Right.
Go ahead, sister.
No, I was just saying, I really am curious about what his fees are. Because, he's probably not here. I would prefer to, ask him directly. But whenever there is a scandal of the day, he will be there with all these granular talking points and being the expert on the subject. It's very strange.
No, Trent know how to do everything. They're expert on everything. He knows somebody who know or is an expert on something.
Oh yeah, or he's kin to somebody, or you know.
Oh, you taking shots at the kin to somebody bad.
Hey, baby, you know what? We all got family.
That shit fit like a motherfucker.
Lace that bitch up and stomp, right? Alright.
Okay, so, sister, you're a mod now.
I don't be though, so would you like me to mod you and go down?
No, I'm about to go to my brother's house.
Okay, is there anybody here who wants to be a mod before I shut it down? Because it's not really something I want to do.
1, 2, 3, got it.
Great talking to you guys. I'm sure they'll open a room later. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
She said shut
Why
it
the
down.
fuck did you do that? You said you was gonna close it. I would.
It's just sad that anybody thinks that advocating for the murder of anybody that they disagree with politically is okay. That's a sad state of affairs and a sad state of where some of our young college youth are.
I almost wonder if a person is soulless, if you have a soul, if you believe that, and it concerns me for Paul Kitty, like she's gonna split. It concerns me for her, honestly, as a Christian. I honestly wonder if she is doomed, and that's a shame.
If she's doomed?
I'd say she's doomed.
Well, if
Well, wait a minute, hold on, everybody gets a redemption arc.
I'm okay. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about the fact that she wants to kill us.
Right. And other people.
I've engaged with her before.
Do you think some of it was for show, though? I think she was kind of...
Do I think what? Do I take her literally?
Well, I thought some of it was for show. I didn't know.
I take
Is
it
it for show? She's that evil. Okay, so she's soulless.
There's a non-trivial percentage of our society and our world that is enthusiastic about killing people with whom they disagree. And to justify this, they'll call them Nazis. In the case of the Jews, they'll accuse us of genocide, or they'll call the Jews Nazis in a enlightening reversal. They'll call Charlie Kirk, they'll use this word, or they'll use something like it. You just heard her. She's an extreme example, but she said he deserved what he got. In other words, people with whom she disagrees deserve to die, deserve to be killed, deserve to be assassinated, shot. It's quite obscene.
And see, Norm, that's why I really appreciate you and need people like you around me, because I always want to save people and give them, and I need people to remind me of that, so thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I'm not happy to bring this news. I've been in these rooms before. There are people walking around today on No King's Day, and again, forgive me for even articulating this. They have this feeling towards the President of the United States.
Is it well attended? Is it crowded?
I don't know, in my neck of the woods, it was very crowded. It's a beautiful day too. I don't know, I didn't look for any statistics, but judging from the people around me, well attended, I mean, men, women, it was just like Black Lives Matter, because there's no pandemic, even more people were around. It was massive.
You know what else was well attended that I learned today happened?
What?
KKK Clan Bank. They had lots of family events and outings and stuff.
I don't know what that is. They didn't have that in New York.
They had big picnics and things.
Did you say like KKK?
Yeah, KKK Clan Bank.
They have them here all the time. In North Carolina.
Are they well attended now, Francie? I thought there were maybe a couple thousand of them around.
So like the ones here, it's a pretty small group. And they do like a lot of family events, picnics, like you said, clam bakes, I don't know, things like that. Around 2000, right around the George Floyd time, they came through town and they had flyers that said, "We're watching you," and they took a lollipop and a piece of tape and taped the lollipop to the flyer that said, "We're watching you," and they went through and put it on a lot of people's houses, Black people's houses, and it scared people a lot. But since then, they called me because I was working for the newspaper, and they wanted me to do an article on them, and I was going to get a meet with the Grand Wizard or whatever, and but I couldn't write the article. I just said no, I'm not going to do it. So yeah, but they're here.
That's gonna be the end of my
So,
interview.
great, great words from Matthew McConaughey. Do we want to keep the room open a little while longer and talk more about how Charlie Kirk is not the demon that many people need him to be? Or do we want to head over to a social?
We can head over to the social. I'm getting a lot of crap for not being there.
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Let's fix that.
What is this we're talking about now? Head over to the social. A room with different entrance criteria?
Yep.
You know what I mean, Norm.
He's got a social room going and got smashed.
God.
Say this again?
Oh no.
Norm,
There's a lot
you
of-
can have my date.
They do.
I can what?
Will you go as my date? Go together.
I don't know where we're going though, and I'm not making any commitments.
Okay, we're going to Got Snatched. You're welcome to join us over there.
Oh, okay, I saw this. Okay, but
Let's go.
what does this mean? Use 44 for the, what does that mean?
People be wilding out, use 44 for the sign up link, but I have no idea. There's no telling with those people. We just don't know. Let's go see.
Fran, can you put the room in the chat?
Yeah. Monica, go grab the link. Because she's going to need the link. She can't see the room. Get her in the house. Okay, Jimmy. All right, we'll see y'all over there.
the rugs.